The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
Making a difference in our world as we are doing here.
They say I'll never see your face again. I say
Because those who have the discernment to see beyond that horizon, going free, treating your MPs, will see this as soon as it starts happening. Excited as hell, because this is going to be some of the most powerful moments in your lives. Some of the most powerful moments in your lives.
spend my job, staying close to this heavenly path. They say I'll never see your face again. I say don't ever say that to my face again. I haven't got time for your lie, so get away from me. You won't take my faith, won't make me shake, won't make
Start
me shake,
making a difference in our world as we are doing here.
They say I'll never see your face again. I say
Because those who have the discernment to see beyond that horizon, going free, treating your MPs, will see this
They
as
say
soon as it starts happening.
I say
This is
retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience for your love with a cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration, feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline awakened, I can taste it. We can make an impact, grab it then take it. Like a disease, bring to their knees. Takes a thing to see. Just like a wind, spread into the streets. It's time to make it bleed. 'Cause we just want retribution. Let's go light up the darkness. Make true of an empty promise. Flip gods into weak and harmless. Take to the streets and turn them to a mosh pit. 'Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. That is your chance to be ruthless.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing. Won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. It's your chance to be ruthless. It's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me naked, they don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up. 'Cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing. Won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
It is Sunday gathering again, ladies and gentlemen. The big featured stories today: another Trump assassin by November, street battles in the UK, cybersecurity attack could cripple US. We also have black activists tied to cackling Kamala Harris could spell trouble for Dem ticket. Update on Jonathan Lewis, who, as you all remember, was beaten to death. We covered that. The Go Free lesson of the day, the Einstellung effect. We'll be talking about the Einstellung effect. We'll try to pronounce it properly. It's very interesting. Pertains. It pertains. Your comments, calls, questions, and Twitter space. And then there's this. It finally happened. The flight attendant asked, "Is there a doctor on the flight?" And I leapt up and I said, "Yes." I did a tracheotomy at 30,000 feet with a razor blade and a ballpoint pen. He didn't make it, but the rush was amazing. I'll think I'll go to med school. Yeah, I think I'll go to med school now. Welcome. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac. It is 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, where there are brawls happening. Midnight in Moscow, where they are shipping out many military supplies to destinations potentially known. It is wonderful to be with you all again on a glorious Sunday where we gather together, the Going Free Gathering. We come together and we talk about some of the news. We talk about the lexicon, the dialectics that we use here, the dialectical power of the Go Free stratagem, lexical legerdemain. Ladies and gentlemen, over the course of this gathering, you can financially gift yours truly. You can do so over at Entropy, which is up and running at this very moment. You can do so over at, let's see, are they all running or not? Yes, come on, please say yes. Rumble is running, yes. So you can financially gift there. D-Live, you can financially give there. And Odyssey, you can financially gift there. You may also financially gift at Cash App and Subscribe Star. And all of your financial gifts, questions, and comments that are with those will be read, even if I have to change them a bit to protect yours truly, to keep in tune with my morality, my moral system that I have and that we have here indeed in service to white well-being. Welcome. We would also like you very much to tag yours truly as No White Guilt. You do the little @ symbol, if you know where that, the little @ symbol, you'll find it on the keyboard. The little @ symbol, you'll find it on the keyboard. And you've got to write after that, No White Guilt, not NWG, not @ symbol Jason, not @ symbol that sexy guy. None of that will turn a different color for me. But if you tag me with that @ symbol and No White Guilt, and you can also just use on YouTube, I don't know, perhaps elsewhere, No White Guilt by itself. It should turn orange for me, but it turns a color and it's different. It's different on the different platforms. D-Live, for example, it kind of highlights it with kind of a whitish highlighter, which is an odd thing to do because the letters are white. But anyhow, that's how they do things at D-Live. Tag me because I want to hear your questions. We are the doers. We are the elite cadre. And I just made that up. The elite cadre. And even though it's redundant, I love it. I love it that we are the elite cadre. You're going to reach out to me because you have questions about how to implement this lexicon, these dialectics into your life. It is a didactic system, ladies and gentlemen, a practice that you have to engage in. And we show, like the meme I put up there before we got started here today, it is replicable and scalable. All of these victories, enormous victories. Nobody else has had victories. And we're going to talk about why that is. The Einstellung and effect seems to be taking hold across the world, has been the case for a very long time. But nonetheless, is the microphone working? Do we have the right microphone today? I see our heroes are here in the live chat. Let me know. Am I coming through the right microphone? Can you see me okay? Do you feel like there is a large dog about to prey upon you during our gathering? If so, let me know. Tag me as No White Guilt, and we'll see. It'll be like a little practice. I am keeping my eye on Twitter, and the thread under the live stream is up. So is the live chat on the live stream on Twitter, as well as across the board. All of these different platforms. We're going to get right into our very first item today. What do we have here? Let's have a look. Oh my goodness. Raises. We don't use that anti-white language here, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, the unifier is here. She has tagged me. She has demonstrated that it's working. The mic is working. Everything is good, says Anglo-Saxon and WG. Thank you so much. And let's see. Has Jason had to sue anybody for using the lexicon incorrectly? Sue them? No, I haven't done that, but I have ridiculed them mercilessly. And let's see. Brad says, the great Brad Danger, Dean Danger. We have the coolest names around, the coolest people, the coolest names. Dean Danger, the School of the West. I see and hear you on the microphone monitor and appear smaller than in real life. Well, I guess that would be the case then. In real life, I am a little larger than I appear on your device, which is good because I'm not exiguous like other content creators that a bunch of goofy little preteens like to watch and enjoy. Instead, we're going to be talking about, without bloviating, we're going to be talking about the stridulous Kamala. She likes to stridulate. She's a stridulator. But her followers stridulate even more. So we have anti-white remarks over there, New York Post. They're anti-white. We do not use the concept racist because it is the concept that defeated Western civilization. It is the concept that makes immoral the act of defending white well-being. It is a weaponized concept. It's psychological warfare. It has served that purpose. You can't redefine it, my conservative friends out there. You cannot redefine. You cannot say, but the book says the rule book. May I show you the rule? Oh, why are you punching me in the face? It doesn't work that way, my conservative little buddy. Conservative little buddy, come here and get up on my lap. I'm going to talk with you for a moment. You cannot redefine it. The definition is in the minds of millions and millions and hundreds of millions and even billions of people. There is no redefining it because you have a book that says otherwise. How silly of you. So we have an anti-white remarks and talk about anti-white. And another big, hey, white ladies out there, are you listening? Are you listening? You don't get a place in the anti-white world anymore where you get this little safe space, like the little swimmer girl. She's coming over. She's like, oh, I want to swim and not compete against the boys because they're better. I mean, we're better, but somehow they always are better in the end. Yes, we're not one of them. And we're not Trump saying, I'm going to make sure that guys can't compete. What Trump, who cares? We got to get rid of anti-whiteism. Then guess what magically happens? Then guys are not beating the shit out of little girls. Guys are not in their locker rooms. Guys are not in their bathrooms. But that's what happens when if you just go after, you try to carve out a little bit more time for our gals so that they can have a little bit more of a safe space and feel cuddly so they don't have to deal with the grossy, smelly, pimply, hairy guys. Then they'll continue voting anti-white. No, what we need is the head-jarring 13-second boxing match effect on all white females. Hello, this is what anti-whiteism does. Been doing it to the males in your world for generations. And now, how about a little 13-second punch in the nose and the female to be, or the female said to be female, or the wannabe female, I don't know what their names are. Apparently that individual has like a higher estrogen level by way of big pharma than the born female, and still smashed her face to pieces. But you get rid of the anti-whiteism, you get rid of the guys in the female sports, you get rid of the guys in the locker rooms, you get rid of the girls' locker rooms, you get rid of the guys in the little girls' bathrooms. You try to just go after that in and of itself, and even where you push it back for a day or a week or a year or two, it'll come right back because it's a product of anti-whiteism. Ding, 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 ding. Talk about dumb. Talk about dumb. The Lord, listen to me. The Lord has not been generous with IQ points for these people. There's been no philanthropy. It's been a dearth, an absolute dearth of intelligence for them. I don't understand why this is. They are so stupid. They want to follow people like Emily Saves America. She can't even save herself. Anti-white remarks from black activists tied to Kamala. Cackling Kamala, trigillating Kamala could spell trouble for Dem ticket. F them white women. Now, I am going to be doing here, when we're talking about stridulous Kamala, I'm going to be doing an impersonation of a very specific woman. And there she is right here, this woman. I will be doing an impersonation of her. This is not an impersonation of all black women. It is just an impersonation of this black woman. And we will come upon her name in a moment. A pair of black female activists who had met with Vice President Harris. I already fell into character, as you see here. I am an actor. It's acting. Do you remember that skit from Saturday Night Live? Where the guy, he went to the children's birthday party, and he died, and the kids were crying, and then he jumped up and he's like, acting, I'm acting, and they're like, you're some sick bastard, the parents.
A pair of black female activists who have met with Vice President Harris several times and previously vowed to get real serious. And that's a quote, real serious, about helping. And we're seeing how some of these activists in Disney World are changing the landscape. It's fascinating. It's fascinating how you look to Disney World. Apparently, Disney World has made some changes, I'm told by Kate, and they're bringing in people that normally could not afford to be able to go to the land of the Mickey Mouse, not the drug. And they are now there, and they are fighting. They are fighting mad and literally fighting. On every little Mickey Mouse street corner, they're fighting. And naturally, they're beating up and attacking white people, and nothing is being said. Local news, national news, absolutely not. So some of these activists down there, you might run into them at Disney World. You'll see. They're going to get serious and about helping her become the president. And it could alienate some white women for Kamala. You remember they came out, we talked about this, the white woman. She's like, you have to abase yourself. If you're white, you have to abase yourself. Allow them to walk on you. Allow them to beat you down and to abuse you. Because after all, you are privileged. Supporters with their past rhetoric as they mobilize ahead of November's election. Samuski says Kamala went hawk to her on downtown Willie Brown. What is he? Who is that? I don't even know. Cora Masters Barry, an appointee. Now, this lady, I mean, she's a lady, let me tell you. An appointee of a Democrat D.C. Mayor Muriel Bow Wowza, and longtime civil rights activist. You mean anti-white activist? You mean Swindle White's activist, a la First Last? Anti-white activist? Yes, that's what she is. Let's see. And Melanie Campbell, who leads the National Coalition on Black Civic Participation, have visited the White House more than 50 times. More than 50 times during the Biden administration. It's not even over yet, including nearly a dozen visits with Harris and her staff personally. Weeks before President Biden and Harris were sworn into office, Barry and Campbell participated in a public Zoom call, during which they made controversial statements about Trump supporters, particularly the white females, the white ones. Approximately 164,000 white women hopped on a Zoom call last week. What do y'all think about this white dudes for Kamala? They are such pathetic, midget-sticked losers, and I mean that most personally, that they opened their Zoom call with a black guy. I mean, how many people are absolutely fed up with anti-whites shoehorning black guys into everything? You turn on like motocross and it's 100% white. The fans are white. The competitors are white. The animals that are watching from the trees are white-ish. I mean, it's white. Everything's white. And then the announcer, the TV commentator, is some black guy they pulled out of Yo MTV Raps. And you're like, what the fucking hell? Doesn't even know anything about, they gave him like a crash course on this is a motorcycle. That's all you need to know. White people like those things. They like, like 80 feet in the air. They like jumping, getting off the motorcycle, getting back on. I know white people things, right? Don't say that while you're live. But actually, you can. Go ahead. The white people aren't going to care. They're just going to take it. They wedge them in so at the very beginning, and then these total losers are like, it doesn't feel right for us to get together. If there was ever evidence that there is an anti-white ideology, that it is the dominant narrative and therefore the anti-white narrative, hey, you got to learn, you got to read, or you can't see it right now since I have that open. Go free. It's a practice. It's a book. You can get it right now. There's an audio book, although it doesn't have all of the book in the audio book, but almost. Just the appendix is out. It's digital. You could get a physical copy. You got to get started. You got to get started. Then you can have the successes like other people in this community are having. And remember, they're replicable, scalable, replicable, scalable, replicable, scalable. We can stop dealing with this bullshit. It doesn't feel right for us to get together. I really should get a video from it so I can do because this is what many of them say. We're the white dudes. And then there were some Jews too. Like, are you all, how dizzy are the anti-whites? They're like, we're going to have a white dudes. We're going to open with a black guy, and then we're going to populate the speakership with Jews. No. But actually, that's fine. That's fine, because the only kind of white dudes that are going to be supporters of Kamala are going to be the ones that are busy hiding behind their mother's skirts and begging for sex from those butches that they call females and probably boogering up each other. So, Zoom call, moms demanded action. Founder Shannon Watts and other female celebrities. The call, titled White Women Answer the Call, reportedly raised millions of dollars for Harris campaign and could be a major fundraising force over the next few months. You know, really telling this calling Trump weird and Vance weird. He is weird, but calling them weird. And the population of the voters of the Democrat Party, they're just like, yeah, that's all I need. That's where we're at. I mean, that movie Idiocracy is so tame compared to the reality. I mean, these people are actually wearing Crocs, for the love of God. If you have a pair of Crocs and you are not also a TARDIS, then please burn them now. Actually, you know what? They will melt. They will create toxins. I don't know what you repurpose them somehow, someplace other than your feet, because these are for the tarred army. And these folks, I mean, it's lame. That movie is lame compared to the reality of Democrat voters. White women answer the call, reportedly raised millions of dollars. However, the unearthed comments from the two activists could cause some internal tension. By the way, the last time, I just remembered, the last time I made fun of Crocs, I remember there was a guy in the live chat that went crazy. He's like, wait a second. I wear Crocs all the time. Seriously, I love them. They're comfortable. They fit, they slip right on my club foot, and it just is no problem for me to waddle around. That guy ended up being a subversive. What a shocker. Right? That guy ended up being a subversive. I got these nubs at the end of my legs. They fit right over my nubs. The unearthed comments from the two activists could cause some internal tension for the Harris campaign as they look to mobilize the voting blocs and have called for unity. James says, I visited Euro Disney when it first opened. It kind of sucked. Didn't feel the privilege. I bet you didn't. Euro Disney. You know, they tried to build a Disneyland in Virginia. Did you know that? And Virginia, fortunately, we still had enough sane people here that we were like, up yourself, Disney. We're not doing that to this beautiful state. You once beautiful. We're not doing it. This is actual magical place. Disney is fake magic now, since Walt is gone and it's a bunch of anti-whites in charge. We said yourself. And so what Disney, and they tried to keep it all secret and everything, and it was just like a big conspiracy. They bought up tons and tons and tons of land. They were going to ruin everything. The beautiful, purple rolling mountains and hills and the quiet streams and, all the beauty that is just ineffable. The weeping willows. I one time, many years ago, I'll tell you this. I was driving and I got a little lost. This is long before, we had the sat nav on the phones and things like this, even before like those Garmin things you put on the windshield, and long before all of that. And I was driving. I was doing activism for white well-being, and I got a little lost, but it was okay because it was a beautiful day, and it was just back in the back country in Virginia. And I came around this bend. This is real. I'm not kidding at all. Came around this bend, and there was this just stunning, like rolling, beautifully cut green hills, and off in the distance, this very large but tastefully done, beautiful, like southern mansion. Beautiful. Near the road, a babbling brook that was, over rock, clear water just running by, and there was like a little bridge that went over the babbling brook that was the driveway to this beautiful place. And there was a weeping willow. I don't know how, had to be very old. It was colossal, right? And I was like, so my vision went from like all these things, right? And in the weeping willow, as I'm going by, I'm like, oh my God, look, this is amazing. And the branches come down. Underneath of the weeping willow was a white family, and they had spread out a big blanket. It was a man and woman, and the woman was in a white dress. Perhaps it was a Sunday, like maybe they came back from church. And the man, I think he had a white shirt on and maybe like cream colored slacks or something. And there was a picnic basket, and I think there were it might have been 4 children, and they were all dressed cute, like running around, and they had like the sandwich. And I was like, they won at life. I was like, they won. Those are the winners. I found them. They won at life. It doesn't get like more magical and beautiful and Western than that. Maybe they had even, I don't know, I wasn't close enough. Maybe they had like a little system to play some classical music on or something of this nature. Beautiful. That really happened. But now we have this. We got Watts. We got lots of this right here. Yeah, I'm going to be doing an impersonation of this lovely woman. She visited the White House. This is Campbell. She visited the White House. She said, white women. She said, foxtrot white women on the Zoom call. You got to love it. If you claim to stand for unity, you need to do more than just use the word. Harris recently said, we have to change our strategy. We got to get our people. We have to get you know what people are? They're these things that are humans, and they're people. And you got to appreciate the peopleness of the humans. Because Kamala is smart. They got their people. They got all their... Whoa, okay. This is... this is Campbell talking, right? Who is this? Oh, no, yeah, Barry. This is the Barry lady. She said, we have to change our strategy. We got to get our people. We got to get they get their peoples. They get all their trailer parks all covered, Barry said during the Zoom. All them people up in West Virginia, all the hills they covered, they got them all the way to Wall Street. Trump did that. Now remember, I'm doing this lady, doing this woman here, right? This female. And we're sitting here about the white women. Foxtrot the white women. Excuse me. Forget the white women. They're going to do what the white men tell them to do. What? Man, you have really been hitting that crack pipe a little too hard. They're going to do what the white men tell them to do. Can you imagine? The white women are going to do what the white men tell them to do? Yeah. Yeah, she's been in too many auto accidents without the seatbelt on. Bouncing that chickpea off that steering wheel. Pow! Pow! Barry continued, eliciting, here's the best part though. So she's just this profane, anti-white piece of garbage. Now remember, the Democrats are having her to the White House 50 times. They just keep coming back. It's not like this is the one time in her life where she was like, white women. Right? You know, she makes other statements like, but they're like, come on, Let's do this. Let's make it happen. You are, look at, I mean, this is Kamala with these people celebrating. They're going to the galas. They're eating good, right? It's not long. We're not long away from the United States becoming so anti-white and therefore embracing so many like African turns of phrase that the White House and all of these things are going to be effectively renamed, if not literally on a piece of paper somewhere. They will effectively, they'll start calling it something, I guarantee. As soon as they get the next, once there is no more hope of white people influencing with another white president, like the anomaly that Donald Trump was, and then the inverse of Donald Trump, which is Biden, it'll be renamed. In fact, what do y'all think the White House will be colloquially renamed? And then that's what they will all call it from there forward. And then the best part about this is that all the imbeciles in the white sympathetic sphere will follow suit. They'll all say, well, what are the blacks calling it now? Well, that'll be what I call it. Yeah. So that is what you got to remember, is that these people are respected, they're lauded, they're celebrated. This is anti-whiteism. This is anti-whiteism. And white ladies, this is what they think of you. Stop thinking about carving yourself out a spot in anti-whiteism. Stop thinking that these mean pathogens, these anti-whiteisms, these anti-white concepts are legitimate. Like, we just want everybody to be happy. We want everybody to be treated fairly. They don't want any of that. They've just made those arguments because they knew that you would lower your defenses, that you would attack the white men in your life that you don't listen to. Hey, dipshit. Hey, lay off the fill in the blank for the foodstuffs. Hey, lay off it, because the white women are not doing what the white men want them to do. In fact, it's the other way around. In fact, the white men are begging God that whatever will shut her up is what gets into office. That's what white men are begging for. All right, but the white women. So she's saying the F word, just in case you didn't know. I want to make that clear. I fit in there a self bleeping, and I fit in there foxtrot. She said the actual F word to talk about white females. They be smiling, and now I'm not impersonating all black women. I'm just impersonating this one. And this is a quote from her. And then we're going to be moving on to the next assassin. They be smiling in their faces. This is quote. They want to stay in charge, Barry continued, with Campbell reacting affirmatively in the background. And do you remember during Trump 2016? And you have all of these Trump loyalists. You have all of these you got brilliant white people like the ones we have here that could be a real asset to Trump. And instead, they went and they got those two black females. And the one would go off all the time. And the other one in the background was just like, that be, show be, Joe Dozy. Mother, yeah. And they're like, bring him on stage. Bring him. Where's Bob Barker when you need him, right? Come on down. 6% of the population, black female, come on down. Star-studded night for you, eating good on the top of eating good, big house on the hill. This is how we do's it. I don't care nothing about them. Quote, these are quotes. I don't care nothing about them. We got to do what we got to do. Hired. 7 figures. Barry went on to say that the black community has to, quote, get real serious about organizing to elect Kamala Harris to the next president of the United States. And that she doesn't want no woman's parade. Want no woman's parade. if they have another woman march, I go over there and blow it up, Barry said. And if Brant Danger said that, if I said that, if Fornall said, or if they do another one, I'm going to blow it. The FBI, corrupt as all hell, you're going to see in just a moment, would batter the door down, and they would be riding tigers to come get us. But this woman can be invited to the White House, star-studded events, bedazzled, even her drawers bedazzled. How do you know? I'm not even going to say. The drawers are bedazzled, and they're like, I'm going to blow this up. And they're like, oh well. It's perfectly legit. Barry also attacked supporters of the then President Trump campaign, comparing them to the Ku Klux Klan. How original. I'm not saying everyone who voted for Trump is wearing a white sheet, but they got one in their closet, and it comes out when we start messing with their economic value or the balance of power. Now, if you don't think that's how she actually talks, then you'll have to listen to the audio. These are actual quotes from her. What a lovely lady. What a lovely lady. Thank God we have them like this all over the once wonderful United States. What's happening on Fox, you might ask? I know I'm curious. So let's pull it up and see.
A Secret Service whistleblower predicts another assassination attempt before the election. Right back.
What? We just turned you on.
Fox News alert. A Secret Service counter sniper is predicting another assassination attempt before November. In an email obtained by Real Clear Politics, a Secret Service agent with 20 years experience on the counter sniper team is announcing he's going to blow the whistle until all of his supervisors are fired. The counter sniper says his mission is to prevent another JFK-style assassination.
All right, I got to jump in. I know this is the advanced placement, but we have to pose the question. The Socratic method. I'm going to use the Socratic method, if that's okay with you. Why is it that there are so few coming forward to reveal the criminality, the corruption, the hatred of Republicans, of Donald Trump, most Republicans, because some of them are as anti-white as the Democrats? And therein lie the answer. It's because they're anti-white. It's perceived as a moral act to allow access to assassins to somebody like Donald Trump. It's that simple. Everywhere you look now, they are attempting to portray what took place on the day that Donald Trump was almost assassinated. He was struck with the assassin's bullet as just this ineptitude magnified 10,000 times. In reality, there wasn't ineptitude. There was anti-whiteism. He is perceived as the devil incarnate because he's not anti-white enough. And that's all it takes for the social morality of anti-whiteism to motivate ideological believers to decide to cut corners. I speculated on the day after, I covered this, the day after the assassination attempt, that they had not been protecting Trump adequately at any of his rallies. And indeed, as the questioning has rolled out, now it's moved on to this acting chief, and I guess we'll probably get his name. It was Cheadle, of course. They've admitted as much. There haven't been counter snipers at any of Trump's events. So for those who want to argue that there was some conspiracy to assassinate him at this specific event, and that they've removed all of these protections in order to provide this avenue for assassination, you'll have to speak to the problem of them not protecting him adequately at any of his events. If you want to go on and speculate, cogitate, ruminate about the potential of a planned assassination, then you damn well, if you want it to be productive for our people, better be focusing on an anti-white motive, not a new world order motive, not a amalgamizing all of humanity for the richest 0.0001% of the globe. All of this stuff is horse shit. If you pardon my French, that's a French phrase. It is horse shit. So only conclude that which is productive for arresting anti-whiteism. What we can see, what we know with 100% from where we are, and therefore that on which we can act, is that anti-whiteism motivated people to place values on Trump and Trump supporters that were very low, and that motivation resulted in avenues for assassins. Anyone, Bob Barker again, come on down, that might want to step up and give it a go to have an opportunity to finish off Donald Trump. And indeed, some of his supporters, as was the case.
And the only reason that hasn't happened is because they've gotten lucky. He says Secret Service leadership is corrupt and states clearly, quote, "We all should expect another assassination attempt to happen before November. We've exposed our inability to protect our leaders due to our leadership." After this email went public, it was wiped off the Secret Service servers.
What a surprise.
There's a massive cover-up underway, and it spilled over into Congress. After Cheadle resigned in disgrace, her number 2 got promoted and testified today that the Secret Service screwed up, but the local police...
Take a look at this. This is what you really have to appreciate.
After Cheadle resigned in disgrace, her number 2 got promoted.
These are the kind of, it's still for now, they're rapidly being white erased. But across the bureaucratic landscape in Western civilization, these are the guys that are still turning the wheels. You have very bright, very aggressive white guys still in there turning the wheels. They'll probably try to make this guy seem dumb or something like that. This Ronald guy seem dumb. But this is what you end up going up against. Not some blue-haired, rotund, orbicular, anti-white nothing. This is, you end up against these anti-whites. This is why I have been arguing, one of the main reasons, not the only, of course, that we have to influence the morality. And again, if you're a Christian, don't get confused. You have your Christian morality. That is not the same as the social morality. The social morality of the West trumps Christian morality. You know it does because your priest, your preacher, your deacon, whatever it is, preaches anti-whiteism from the pulpit. So that's how you know it trumps Christian morality. You want these guys, like this guy, Ronald, you're looking at right here. You want them to be motivated by a moral structure that undermines the psychologically warfare-driven anti-white narrative. Because if these guys, this guy's a tiny bit older, he's not old, but a tiny bit younger version of this guy multiplied by many-fold are the ones who come through your doors, through your windows, with German Shepherds, MP5s, and whatever else. And you are not going to beat them. Do you understand? You are not going to fight them and win. You are not going to beat the people who are behind these folks with all the money in politics. So you've got to step the game up to something much more intelligent. something much more fundamental. There's just no hope of contending with these guys because you know who conquered the world? That's the kind of guy right there. And it's, I go across the white sympathetic sphere, and we don't want to be, I've argued this for so many years, we don't want to be a sphere of rejects. And you would not believe, or perhaps you would. I mean, I still see the comments under my tweets, under my videos today. They're like, he's clearly working for the Fed. Just look at him. He's healthy. He's fit. He could absolutely whoop the shit out of me. He could come into the house with night vision goggles and be up in my face and over me in bed with the barrel between my eyes in the blink of an eye. So clearly we don't want him on our side. No, it's the exact opposite. The dregs of society we don't want on our side, or at least we don't want making the decisions for our resistance to anti-whiteism. We want the healthy, the brilliant, the robust. We say, though, we also understand that coming up, being born into this anti-white world has victimized all of us in numerous ways. So there are in this world magnificent Westmen and men and women who are champions or are capable of being real heroes of our people. And they are in unhealthy bodies and they're in unhealthy family structures. That is a consequence of anti-whiteism and what it's done to us and our people. But having said that, we still recognize the ideal. And we recognize that everyone is going to fall short and that some heroes are going to be in sick bodies and that some heroes are going to be in sick families. But we don't say that the ideal is clearly something we don't want because it looks too much like the leadership in the bureaucracies, in the departments that are suppressing you. They are there because they are the best. Do you understand that? That's why they're there for now. Anti-whiteism is white erasing them on the basis of their birth, but it won't change the fact that they are the best. So just get that through your head. You're not beating these people. When they look like this, you want them on your side.
And testified today that the Secret Service screwed up, but the local police, it was really all their fault.
30 seconds. If it's communicated directly to a counter sniper team, would that be enough time to react prior to the firing of those shots?
Senator, if we'd had that information, they would have been able to address it more.
And what's funny too, no, it's not funny, it's been disgusting, is you go into the white sympathetic sphere, especially the explicit white sympathetic sphere, and you have all of these like total dregs of society, degenerates, and they'll put in your face, like, you've got to be blonde and you've got to be blue-eyed. And it's just like nobody else is white. They shove that in your face. But then you find out that they're not even white, the people that are saying that. And then when they see people like that advocating for white well-being, when they see healthy white people advocate for white well-being, they're like, no, they got to go. They got to go. Clearly, that's a Fed. They're not on our side. No, you've got to go. Go do something about your man bun and your little flip-flops. Take your little flip-flop, female spandex wearing jackass out of the equation. You're not making any decisions, man bun boy.
More quickly, it appears that that information was stuck or siloed in that state and local channel.
Were explicit instructions provided to cover the roof of the AGR building and locals just not follow it, or were those explicit instructions not provided?
It's my understanding what was communicated is that the locals had a plan and that they had been there before. We are looking at this and they should have been on that roof. And the fact that they were in the building is something that I'm still trying to understand.
I mean, it's obviously duplicitous, right? It is deep prevarication. They're lying. They're lying because they know the truth, and the truth is extremely ugly. And the truth is also easily accessible. Anti-whiteism.
The Secret Service.
Sloth says, but Jason, feeding the anti-white narrative gives validity to the perception of having power to intimidate people into perceptions of white people. Play the villain. Oh my God, that's so true. Well said, my friend. Well said. Yes, play the villain, and then you have, then the people will be so afraid of you.
Set the perimeter, established communications, didn't fly a drone, didn't put a counter sniper on the roof, and never even showed up to brief the locals. The local SWAT commander said Secret Service never told them to man that roof.
The accusation.
So the point that I really want to settle in here is that before Donald Trump was assassinated, but for the grace of God, before that happened, everyone would have said, no way, not in 100 years would anybody be able to get a line of sight and be able to shoot at Donald Trump. No way. Now, what are you saying to yourself? Are you saying, no way, now that this has happened, don't be so gullible?
That somehow we were told that to be on the roof line, for instance, and that it was too hot. That's ridiculous. You know, our snipers are.
It went from being too steep to too hot.
Prepared to operate in Western Pennsylvania from anywhere from 10 degrees below zero to 90 degrees. They were prepared to be wherever they were told by Secret Service.
90. Why wouldn't they be able to be up there hotter?
That day.
Why did the Secret Service not want that roof covered? Why?
And just so you all know, I've looked at it again, confirmed that I was right. This entire side of the roof is visible from right over here where the Secret Service snipers were watching crooks. So it wasn't like it was like the ridge of like some mountain and his eyeballs just like popped up over that and he's like this, you know. It wasn't like that. And then all of a sudden a gun. No, they could see this or climbing with a firearm. And so all of these other questions, and I want you to remember this when it comes to the conversation about this, and what you're doing is you're using this to catalyze a conversation. So it's a catalysis, a conversation about anti-whiteism and peppering in the concepts and dialectics that we teach here and that you learn from the Go Free stratagem. Is that all of the other conversations about where did the perimeter begin, where did it end, where should it have begun and end, did they talk to the enough to the local police department, where's their confusion here or there, did they not have proper comms, did they not, and all of this other kind of stuff is all moot, because what matters is that the two Secret Service snipers right behind Donald Trump were watching crooks the entire time, and they waited until he assassinated Donald Trump, but for the grace of God, before they shot. So they watched the entire time. Do they need to be given their job, given their only role as Secret Service agents, do they need to talk to headquarters? So it doesn't matter whether he's got a comm links in his ear, doesn't matter, which of course he does, but it doesn't matter if he doesn't, if either of them don't. Doesn't matter if they know what time it is. They're going to talk about all of these other things. All that matters is that the role of the Secret Service is to protect the protectee no matter what. And they had the ability to do so, and they waited until he fired the kill shot. That's all that matters. Everything else is superfluous. Everything else is drain ditch. Everything else is other. Everything else is another conversation.
Why? We learned today that the Secret Service was offered a drone, but turned it down.
So why would they turn down? What do you mean they were offered a drone? The Secret Service is filthy rich. They have drones. They have balloons. They have divers. They have tech that you don't know about, that we're not allowed to know about, so we're not allowed to know about it. They have all of it. So they show up, and probably what happened was somebody local said, "You don't got a drone? You want one?" Because the guy was thinking stupidly, like, "Didn't you pack your drone for the event?" Like local law enforcement, like a good guy, but he just doesn't know the score. And he's like, "Wait, you didn't bring a drone? Do you want one?" And the Secret Service like, "Nah, that's why we didn't bring them, dipshit. We don't care. You know how many events we've been at with this guy, and we haven't brought drones? This ain't the first rodeo."
And they never even caught Crooks's drone because they had problems with their internet.
You had a drone system, but you had bandwidth problems. The bandwidth apparently was adequate for the shooter's drone, but not for the Secret Service. Can you explain that?
I have no explanation for it, sir. People fly drones all the time on the peripheries of our sites. And we go out and we talk to them and we ascertain what their intentions are.
Could you imagine having to be in this? What was his name? Rowe? Could you imagine being in his position and having to speak to this reality, but not be able to say, well, it's because Donald Trump is evil. And the society thinks he's evil. The department thinks he's evil. The umbrella department under the DOJ under which we operate, they think he's evil. And so can't say that. So it's going to sound just wildly lame.
On this day in particular, because of the connectivity challenge, as you noted, there was a delay, and he flew his drone at 3:51 approximately.
They have a connectivity problem. Listen, how long have walkie-talkies been? How been a line of sight? Radio's been around. I mean, they have satellite connection. They don't need cell phone towers. This is all stuff for the vegetable garden of the American public. All the vegetables, all like the zucchinis have shown up. They're like, what does he have to say?
Approximately.
You can buy a local hotspot from T-Mobile for $20.
Yes.
And not only that, the Biden-Harris administration spent $40 billion to wire rural America with internet.
Yeah. Well, where'd that money go? Yeah, we talked about that before. It all just went into anti-whiteism.
The Secret Service doesn't have Wi-Fi in Pennsylvania?
Well, this is like, Pennsylvania, Afghanistan. It's like simpatico. You're talking about no man's land. How are you going to get connectivity there?
Remember, after the shooting, the FBI said they couldn't find a motive and Crooks was a registered Republican? Well, the CEO of Gab, a social media site, has just come forward with the data showing Crooks had an account where he aggressively defended Joe Biden and his border policies and his COVID lockdowns.
Thanks to the leak.
Does he sound like a Republican? After this revelation, the FBI came out today.
And for us in our community, the elite cadre, for us, it doesn't matter. This guy could be 100% Republican. All that matters is whether or not he's anti-white, because our concern is with the well-being of white people. We know that if we end the victimization of white people based on our birth, that we save Western civilization, and that saving Western civilization is good for everyone who lives in Western civilization, including all the non-white people who live here.
And said Crooks wrote right-wing things online.
Some of these comments.
Look, the FBI is scum. I can't say it enough. I mean, I'm sure you all realize it. They always come out, they're like, well, there's some good people. Are there any good people in the FBI anymore? They're garbage. That whole department, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, needs to be disbanded, and the entire leadership tried, and we're found guilty of treason to the United States and appropriate punishment for them. Everything that comes out of them is like, nobody remembers. It seems like gone down the memory hole when the FBI laboratory was caught faking evidence on thousands of crimes. Research it for yourself. Maybe I'm just not remembering it correctly. But these are gangsters. These are criminals. This is not the old FBI. This is not like the J. Edgar Hoover FBI, which people will call, into question there even as well. But this is not.
If ultimately attributable to the shooter.
It's like the CIA and FBI both 100% captured by anti-whites. 100, like it's raining anti-whiteism in every one of their buildings.
Appear to reflect anti-Semitic and anti-immigration themes.
I mean, they're just talking right out of their head. Why isn't this guy sitting on his face? This loser. He's talking right out of his ass. Oh, well, we found what we believe and we think is that Crooks was anti-Semitic and anti-immigrant, and he was totally a racist. Unbelievable.
To espouse political violence and are described as extreme in nature. While the investigative team is still working to verify this account to determine if it did in fact belong to the shooter, we believe it in.
Yeah, and then when probably the account doesn't exist, even if it does, they know it doesn't belong to Crooks. And then when they finally are going to get around to saying, well, we actually believe it doesn't belong to Crooks now, no one will report that. They won't do it in the middle of a hearing on Capitol Hill. They're scum. They're abject, wretched POSs.
Important to share and note it today, particularly given the general absence of other information to date from social media and other sources of information that reflect on the shooter's potential motive and mindset.
Why is the FBI acting so sketchy and dishonest about Crooks's political ideology?
Yeah, this is the kind of guy you see at they literally look like this. Dregs of society show up at explicit white sympathetic meetings, conferences, not by no means the majority, but a sizable minority. And these are the scum that are saying, can't have people like that Köhne guy. Clearly, fit, fed. That's the new saying they have.
We don't care if he's a right-winger or a left-winger. He tried to kill Trump. Why is the FBI working so hard to muddy up his philosophy? He's a Democrat donor. Then he's a Republican. Then he's pro-Joe Biden open borders. Then he's anti-immigrant. Why are the feds treating a dead assassin so cryptically? And why can't they crack into all of his accounts? We can hack the Iranian nuclear program, but not a 20-year-old's blog? I'm not buying it. And why don't we know the name of the Secret Service site supervisor in Butler? The man who made all these wrong.
Now, he just said the man. I'm going to go ahead and lean. I'm going to lean toward it being a whoa man who was in charge. But maybe I'm wrong. But I'm leaning at least in the direction of a whoa, shut up, man, who was actually in charge. And that's why they're not giving the name away.
On calls all at once, all on the same day.
Who was the lead site agent who made the decision to leave the AGR building completely outside of the security perimeter? Who was that?
Senator, I cannot give you that name. This person is operational. They're still doing investigations. They're still doing protective visits.
Have they been relieved of duty?
Good question,
Senator,
Holly.
They have not
I know
been
their
relieved
name,
of
by
duty.
the way. Why have they not been relieved of duty?
They are still cooperating, not only being interviewed by the FBI, but also by our.
You noticed, I just noticed, Holly said, I know their name. Why have they not been relieved of duty? If it were a guy, he would probably be saying he, him. I'm just saying, I'm not, maybe it is a guy, maybe it is. Maybe it's a guy transitioning. Wouldn't that be something?
Our Office of Professional Responsibility.
Why hasn't the Secret Service site supervisor for the Butler rally been suspended?
Yeah.
Why is he still in charge of protecting politicians? Why isn't he under investigation?
Yeah.
They're keeping him around to help do the investigation? Are they going to keep him around for Trump's next Butler rally? And the senators know the guy's name. Why hasn't the Senate subpoenaed the Secret Service site supervisor for Butler?
You know, I heard that Trump wanted to go back and have another rally there. Don't. I heard that there was in fact, maybe it's in the next little clip. There's an airport that's like 5 minutes down the road that is going to be much easier to secure.
It's the guy who they should drag in to testify under oath about what happened, not these squirrely bureaucrats. Why is everybody protecting this guy? Who is this guy? The politicians won't even tell us what the guy's name is. Something stinks. And you know what I'm talking about.
Lame. I think that's it. Okay. Let's move on quickly to the next little bit. The most recent. Same waters on his brain. Info. Because I know it seems impossible, but it seemed impossible for Trump to be assassinated in the first place. So I know now it seems like, no, it couldn't happen. They're really going to be out there. They're really going to. That's what we thought before, or most of us. I mean, I was talking, wasn't I? I was actively saying that I would not be surprised if they were to kill him right now, or if he gets into office, to kill him while he's in office. And I talked about how when he goes from a limousine into a building, he has like a couple guys around him. That's it. And you can look back to when Reagan would walk from a limo to a building or building to a limo. He was surrounded, and Reagan still got shot by Hinckley. So if he could get shot, how easy would it be to shoot Trump? The Secret Service, you watch those videos and you all have been thinking the same thing. Pardon me. And I was tempted to think the same thing as well, that, oh my God, there's a huge crowd. They must have taken a wand to everyone. They must have. No! There must be snipers like on every building and they're looking at all the windows. No, they weren't doing any of that. This is literally a guy getting out of a car, stepping out, and he's like, hey, everybody, by his lonesome. They could have killed Trump 1,000 times over by now. Can you imagine? And what does that mean about, or I guess relative to, the argument that there's this grand conspiracy, that there is this very centralized cabal-ish control of the world, and that they get everything they want, and that Trump is a problem for them. Now, the conspiracy theorists, when presented with this evidence, will flip in one day. You watch. On Monday, they would have said, if they want Trump dead, he's dead. That's how much power they have. They can do anything they want. Now, on Tuesday, finding out that Trump had no protection. Now, the conspiracy theorists will say, they want Trump. That's why they didn't kill him. Just shut up, man bun boy. Just shut up with your conspiracy garbage. We're sick of it diverting our people into these useless tracks of thought. And we're going to be actually talking about that a little bit later in our Go Free lesson of the day, how people get stuck in a particular line of thinking, what they think is a remedy, and they can never escape. It's an actual syndrome. It's an actual syndrome. And you know, the only way to get out of it is high IQ people who have high intellectual flexibility. All of you dumb shits out there, you can't get out of it. You're just like, keep doing like same remedies. Why not working? Why not working? And somebody has to come along with much more intellectual dexterity and say, no, it's not done like that. But the problem is, here we are. Here are the knights of the white table, and we have arrived, and we are here to save the day. And what happens? The people who should be stepping up and telling these hordes of abject tortoises, the produce section of the grocery store, to tell them, shut your mouths. These people clearly have the way to go. Shut your mouths. They're not doing that. And so incessantly attacked by these losers, incessantly. But I got a conference coming up. So we'll see. We'll see if anybody wants to insult me to my face. We'll see if anybody there wants to insult me to my face. Because I don't need others to go and, in person, to go and say a thing or two. I don't need that to burn something down. I can burn it down myself real well. We'll see how brave they get in person. Yeah? So that's where we are. They were shooting Trump 1,000 times over. And then finally, some reject climbs up on some Sigma reject climbs up on a roof and takes a shot that God himself intervenes on. No chance.
Fox News alert. The Secret Service held its first press conference since Donald Trump was nearly executed on live TV.
Remember, again, I want to drive the point home. You want this guy? I want you to look at this guy. You need him on your side if you're going to, not him personally, but this guy, metaphorically, you need him on our side if we're going to recapture our destiny. You need law enforcement on our side. Yes, you need people working in the federal and state governments on our side if we're going to recapture our destiny. You are not. We're going to be talking about the UK in a little bit. You are not going to fill the street with rejects and recapture our destiny, capture our government. That's not how it works.
After stonewalling the media and congressional investigators for 3 weeks, Director Ronald Rowe made a shocking admission. Watch.
Can you confirm that this was the first 2024 campaign event that counter sniper teams were assigned to the former president?
It was the first time Secret Service counter sniper.
Who's gonna now reach out? Who's gonna say, holy shit, Jason was right? And how was I right? Do I work for the Secret Service? Well, I know some of the idiots will say, yeah, he probably does. He probably does. He probably works for them. How did Jason know? You could have known too. And I guarantee you, there are people in this audience right now and people who will be watching a replay who are going free using our lexicon and dialectics, the go free lens to understand the world, who were able to also, as a consequence of that lens, come to the same conclusion that there was no protection for Donald Trump. And here you have Ronald Rowe saying, well, yeah, actually. So once again, we're the only people that are right.
Were deployed to support the former president's detail.
The former president of the United States and the nominee as the Republican, the man who Democrats and the media have been labeling a clear and present danger to democracy, Hitler, and a dictator, wasn't given Secret Service counter sniper teams at his campaign rallies for the last 2 years.
God, you know what? I would love this is, it's almost like being right is a fine wine that is starting to taste a little bitter to me, because people are not responding to being right. They're not showing, they're like, holy shit, this guy's right. Interview him. Talk to the people in that community. Listen to what's going. They're not being right is not what the average morass of asses out there are concerned with. How did we get to this terrible of a state where the white race is just shit? It's just populated by shit people. What else can you call them?
That means when they put Trump on trial.
Look at this. I was just talking about that, for the love of God. For the love of God. This guy, he's in by the Trump Tower, buildings everywhere, windows everywhere, set up there if you're an assassin. Wait 3 weeks, wait, whatever. Be there when you know he's going to be there. There's nobody out there.
In Manhattan every day.
Look at these folks. All the people are like, they're just strolling down. They're like, I can't get to my deli. I want to get to my deli over here. I can't get to my deli because this guy's in the way. I got to get back to the office.
When he returned from court to Trump Tower, there were no Secret Service counter snipers. The whole world knew Trump's schedule and location for 6 weeks in a city with thousands of windows and high rises.
He's actually saying everything that I was saying before and I'm saying now.
No Secret Service counter snipers.
But he gets paid a lot more than I get. Nothing for doing this.
That means when Trump was in the Bronx, no Secret Service counter snipers.
Yeah,
Anyway,
remember that? Remember when he went to that, what is it called? The little convenience store? No one there. A couple of Secret Service people. I mean, my bosses had more protection. Marion Barry in Washington, D.C. assigned himself like 15 police officers everywhere. He had more protection. The crackhead, Marion Barry. That bitch set me up. That one, that mayor. Had more protection. The bodega, I mean, what is it even called? I don't even know what it's called. Jason, being right doesn't matter unless it gets them selfish, individualist lottery numbers. Yeah, exactly. Their aim is not white well-being. So true from the big sloths. First, last, I wouldn't say nothing, brother. He says, I'm doing my best. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Well, I mean, I don't live off of. That would be like this guy's getting paid to be a presenter. He's paying car payments, house payments, vacation payments. Gets to have children because he has money coming in. That's probably a neat thing.
One could have climbed onto a tree, could have gone onto a rooftop with a gun. What about when he went to the bodega in Harlem after
Bodega.
court? He's enveloped by.
Look, I mean, good God. How easy would it be to walk up with a Saturday night special handgun and have killed Trump?
By buildings. Hundreds of windows.
Think about this. The anti-whites were obviously sitting around saying, how has no one killed him? How has no one even tried? We are not protecting him. We're making it obvious.
Any one of which.
So, again, to the conspiracy tards out there, now your argument is going to have to be that all of it was staged. All of it was staged. The lawsuits have been staged, all of it, just to make him look like he's the ultimate villain. And then they're going to install, the whole thing was fake. Anybody who could believe that, please, just long, warm bath. You're not even welcome. You're not in the white race. You're not welcome anymore. Long, warm bath. Just one more. Just one more.
Which a rifle could have fired from. No Secret Service counter snipers. So why all of a sudden, after 2 years of no Secret Service counter snipers, they showed up in Butler? And that was the rally where there was an attempt on his life. After the assassination attempt, the intelligence community leaked an exclusive to their friends at CNN, saying the reason they added counter snipers to Butler was because of an Iranian threat to Trump's life. But that doesn't make any sense, because there's been an Iranian fatwa out for Trump since he whacked Soleimani. That was over 4 years ago. And when the feds were pressed about this, they admitted there wasn't any new intelligence from Iran. What a coincidence. The Secret Service surrounding Trump's been an illusion. We believe these agents were in constant communication.
What do they call that in security? I think it's called security theater.
With each other using the latest technology we didn't even know about. Turns out,
man, you think Waters is watching us?
Secret Service counter sniper team in Butler never had radios that day.
You mentioned that there were text messages from Butler ESU to U.S. Secret Service counter snipers. I'm curious if that is routine. What was the plan to relay information from locals to the Secret Service initially? What is the protocol?
With respect to the counter snipers, they were using cellular or telephone text communications. At this point, moving forward, what I have directed now is that everybody should be using the radio net.
It's 2024, and they've had constant communication devices that you would be very impressed with for before you were born.
If you see a man with a gun on the roof, do you have time to text your counter snipers? Wouldn't it be a lot easier if you could just radio into their earpiece armed threat on the roof of the AGR building?
How about the fact that the sniper was looking directly at the threat the entire time? He could have taken a shot to take out the weapon, like I told you all weeks back. If he was worried, which he wouldn't be because he is tasked with one thing, protecting the life of the protectee. So he doesn't know if this is the only assassin. Shoot that assassin and begin looking for the next.
Are those counter snipers up on the roof just for show? And it looks like these guys had their phones on silent, because when the locals alerted the Secret Service team leader, we still don't know who that is, that there was a suspicious person with a rangefinder creeping around the AGR building, it took the team leader 8 minutes to text the counter sniper team. 8 minutes is...
I would love, obviously you all know this, if Waters would just tell it like it is, the truth. They didn't care because they're anti-white, and they think Trump isn't anti-white enough.
It's a long time. The counter snipers, if they even looked at their phones, saw this just 7 minutes before Trump took the stage. But did they even look at their phones? We don't know.
Look at the little
They won't tell
girls.
us. When the locals spotted crooks on the roof with a rifle, they radioed it into the Secret Service site leader. And the director claims the site leader never got it.
It was so apparent to me that in this incident, in the final 30 seconds, which has been the focus of what happened before the assailant opened fire, there was clearly radio transmissions that may have happened on that local radio net that we did not have. And so we have to do a better job of co-locating.
We've got to do a better job of talking at these events. You know, I can't even imagine. I guess there are tards. I know there are tards out there who are going to believe that, boy, this was a colossal dropping of the ball. And if we get Trump in, then things will get fixed right up. We'll have a better Secret Service. Idiots.
Leveraging that counterpart system, and this is going to drive our operations going forward.
Translation, the Secret Service set up a walkie-talkie system with the locals that they weren't in on. It's like whisper down the lane. And when the news finally gets to the Secret Service, they text their counter sniper guys. That system's destined to fail. They're telling us that the counter sniper team didn't know there was a man on the roof with a gun until shots rang out.
Bullshit.
That's what they're telling us. Even as we watch videos of Trump supporters screaming,
No, that's not even it. Just look at the sniper that took him out. He didn't change his aim. He didn't move the firearm. He just pulled the trigger. He was looking at Crooks the entire time.
in with a gun on the roof. The director was caught in another lie. He claimed the Secret Service briefed the locals the morning of the rally.
All right.
In the morning of July 13th, a site briefing was conducted with Secret Service personnel and law enforcement partners supporting the event.
But that's not what the locals told us.
We were supposed to get a face-to-face briefing with the Secret Service snipers whenever they arrived, and that never happened. So I think that was probably a pivotal point where I started thinking things were wrong, because that never happened, and we had no communication with the Secret Service.
Secret Service has never talked to any of our...
And why did they not talk to them? I think it's resolved because it's anti-white, because they're anti-white, because all human beings have at their very core this, I don't know what maybe a creator has sewn it into us intentionally, or maybe it's something primitive, but it is this need and this obeisance to ideology, whether you call it a belief system, call it a religion, or whatever it is. Anti-whiteism has supplanted Christianity and all else as the supreme ideology of the West. And so that is what they are in allegiance to. Everything else bends to that. Even the standards of how they conduct their jobs in service to their protectee. That's how it ended up happening. And there is apparently, and maybe we'll end up finding out who it is, the site leader, probably a female, and we'll find out at some point who it was and who it is, and if it was indeed a female, and for the Secret Service, and which again will call into question anti-whiteism in the workforce. But we can go ahead and predict now that idiots, conservative content creators, are going to tell everybody, oh, it's DEI. It's just DEI. We just got to get rid of that and everything will be better. And this agent in the Secret Service who has emailed and said he's going to be a whistleblower and is predicting another shooter because he does not see a change happening and within the Secret Service for how they're going to protect Donald Trump. So he foresees another assassin. Is that because he knows of an assassin coming? No, it's because he's intelligent. He or she is intelligent enough to predict that if you leave the border wide open, then the intruders will come in. If you leave lines of sight wide open, somebody at some point will take a shot. If you're not checking for bombs at all, or with the scrutiny that you're supposed to check for bombs or chemical agents, neurological agents, etc. If you're not doing that, then it will show up, especially as we get closer to the election and it's looking increasingly like the cackling Kamala is going to lose. Anti-whites are going to go nuts. So, and moreover, the final point, that this potential whistleblower is able, if not able to articulate, is able to witness that, and well, we can articulate that anti-whiteism is causing the totality of the Secret Service to give it an effort attitude, to be insouciant, to be half-ass about protecting Donald Trump and indeed the attendees at his events. So this person's able to say, if you're going to do a half-assed job because this guy is not anti-white enough and people are going to be becoming more desperate as we near the election, then the odds of another assassination attempt are high. So prepare yourselves. This isn't just like a title for hits or something like that. It is something that is clearly legitimate as we get closer. All right. Some good news. A poll, half of Americans, probably the white half, see mass migration as a critical threat. Can you believe that? That's some good news, because these are people that we can talk to and talk about immigration, talk about white erasure, talk about intruders, talk about why the border is being kept open, and introduce all of our concepts, or many of our concepts, in dialectics in the process of sharing that information. Look at this. Now, and we're tying it together, one of the really important things that you have to do when you're having these conversations with friends, family, and strangers is discuss how anti-whites, by way of anti-whiteism, are doing this exact same thing in every Western country. There are a few that are still dragging their feet, a few that are a bit recalcitrant, but they are small and few and can easily be brought to heel. and populations inundated overnight. But you look everywhere else and you see the exact same thing happening. White erasure. And this here, a biological white erasure. Literally, white erasing the population. Half of all Americans say large numbers of intruders, anti-white, non-white intruders, are a critical threat to the nation, according to a survey conducted for the pro-migration Chicago Council of Global Affairs. So you got to wonder, how exactly were these questions worded by pro-migration Chicago Council? Why do we even have Chicago anymore? Why? I mean, seriously, what is left that's good in Chicago? Every time we turn around, there's more. We just had the Black Journalist Conference there. What else? I mean, it's just totally ruined. It's like Detroit, ruins of the West. 83% of GOP voters and 45% of swing voters described migration as a critical threat. You got to look at the numbers but also, of course, couching them in a proper value, understanding that proper value. But having done that, so ceteris paribus, you then look here and you say, why is it only 83% of who are the rest of these GOP voters? Who are the other Republican voters? What are they for? Why are they voting Republican if they have no concern for the white erasure of America? Tells you a lot about the Republican Party and their voters. I would submit that probably the remainder are 100% non-white. Now you're going to have non-white people who are going to say, we don't want it changed from a white country to a non-white country. So they'll be in the 83%. But it's going to, I find it hard to believe that there'll be many white people in the remainder that are saying, no, it's great. It's great. I've always wanted to be a new Laos. Always wanted to be a new Cambodia. Always wanted to, So you got to think about that also. But these are people that we can talk to. These are people that can hear our concept of white erasure and be empowered by it, and then we'll repeat it. So let's see here. 61% of Republicans and 37% of respondents believe that, quote, immigrants from other cultures have a mainly negative impact on American society. Now, I submit that we'll be talking in a bit about the UK. I submit that you talk to us in the United Kingdom, i.e. white people, and it would be the same result. This is having a deleterious effect. More importantly, I submit this, that those who have not white flighted from all of the challenges of living among and within a white erased area or a white erasing area, that all those who have not fled would be nearly 100%, because you're going to have anti-white white people as well. And the places to white flight to are shrinking. 55% of Americans want a border wall, the report admitted. Half of all Republicans also want to decrease legal immigration, along with 31% of independents. So you got to ask yourself, who are the other half of Republicans? Now, it's not the people who own the tech. That's not half of the rest of the Republican voters. So you've got to ask yourself, what is the composition of the Republican electorate? Who are these people that want to continue legal immigration into a country that has that has fewer jobs than people, Who wants to keep bringing them in? Who is benefiting from that? These are anti-whites, just like you find on the other side of the aisle. That is why we don't define who we are and what we're for by political parties. We defined and delineate by who is anti-white, who's for white well-being, and who is just gray in the background, a vague. That's all that matters at this point. Perhaps because Republicans are themselves very focused on the issue. They don't think U.S. leaders are as focused on immigration as they should be. The vast majority of Republicans say U.S. leaders are not giving enough attention to immigration. 84%. Majority of Americans overall. 59, 60% of independents. 57, so that's 59, so 60% of all Americans think that not enough attention is being given to the border. Of course, 100% of attention is being given to the border by anti-whites, and their determination is the border will be left open. There will be no border. There will be no America. There will be no UK. There will be no Italy. There will be no France. Are you going to keep talking about New World Order? You're going to keep talking about Marxism. You're going to keep talking about communism. Yes, you will, because of what we're going to be talking about in just a little bit, revealing that you are a low IQ'd idiot. All the way to the end, you're going to be talking about this shit that fails because you don't have the mental dexterity to get out of an application that simply doesn't work. Survey did not offer accurate information to the respondents, even though the establishment media hide the scale of migration. I'm so sick of these words. Invasion, white erasure. That's what it should say. Hide the scale of the white erasure of American society. All right, so you can see here that for thinking people, people who are wanting to make a difference, this community right here, there are some negatives here, but the negatives help us to understand more accurately our landscape, which therefore enables us to more effectively navigate the problematics that we encounter and will encounter and anticipate encountering, and even those we don't anticipate. It enables us to more successfully navigate the problematics in our landscapes. And that's why it's important to take a look at things like this. Polls that reveal, although, of course, understanding that there's going to be some inaccuracy there as well. But there's a lot to be optimistic about. Clearly, immigration is a massive problem. And the vast majority of people believe it to be a massive problem. They are going to be largely welcoming of concepts that empower them when they think and talk about an open border scenario. Moreover, when Donald Trump gets into office, unless he's assassinated between now and then, or unless the Democrats steal it again, he's not going to remove all these people. They're not going anywhere. There's going to be a lot of noise made. He'll have some tough words about getting rid of the real violent ones, the real bad guys. And I don't know, maybe it'll be 100,000, maybe it'll be 300,000, nothing. That's nothing. And they'll still be coming across the border in fewer numbers. And the legal immigration will still be wide open. So we are going to have to be there. We are the only change possible at this point. let us move on to the British police charge 17-year-old. That's what he is. He's just a 17. He's not an anti-white terrorist. So what is the biological white erasure doing to our countries? Well, it is white erasing our countries in the fullest definition of it. Our norms, our customs, our anticipation for behavior, how people are act toward each other, how a man interacts with a woman with a man, adults with children, parents with children, the interaction between humans and animals, how one is supposed to take care of one's environment, what one does when one has a loved one that passes, birthdays, etc. All of these things are not a result of some sort of culture fairy, as I've talked about in the past, sort of dripping culture upon the world, and she just comes dribbling along, and she just for some reason she favored the white race, and I'm just going to drip Western civilization on them. Let me just drip away. She was a little incontinent, you see. She had an issue after the birth of her child, and it's not really gotten better. And so she's just dribbling away, dribbling away. But fortunately, she's dribbling away culture. And she just dribbled Western civilization on us and didn't give it to anybody else. It's really peculiar. This is the argument I've been making, one of the arguments that I've been making in the white sympathetic sphere for a very long time, for which I was, I don't know, I was in opposition to a lot of the leading lights. And so the leading lights decided, we shall shun him. First of all, you got to be able to talk like this, you know, when you're one of the leading lights. And so it's time to shun, because I came in and they gave, I noticed, all of this weight to IQ. And at first I was like all the other newbies in the white sympathetic sphere. I was like, all right, yeah, look at all the data. And then it was the big debate over, is IQ legitimate? And you had to have all these arguments about, and that was one of the places I was like, you know what, maybe this IQ thing is not really worth it, because you end up with just these endless debates about whether or not IQ tests are legit, or whether or not they're fair, or whether or not they're real, or whether or not EQ is, and all of these other things. You never get to the topic of ending our victimization. Isn't that what we're supposed to be doing? Isn't that what we're supposed to be doing? And they were like, no, you still got to do that. You still got to have these endless debates. Memorize all the facts, all of the names, all of the people who created the IQ test, all of the places it's been. I memorized all that stuff back in the day. And I said, you know what? I don't actually think it's IQ. And that was sacrilegious. I mean, that was like, how dare you, Jason? We have ordained that it is IQ level. Haven't you listened to the Grand Poobah at the front? He has a very interestingly affected accent that you can't find elsewhere. So you must listen to him. All of these Poobahs have stepped up. And you are not an academic peacock like them. So how dare you? And I was like, I know, but, you know, I really think it's instinctual behavior that makes a people. I really think that's more important. That is more consequential for what we create in the world. And then after thinking about it and talking with people, I came back and I was like, you know what? I think if the average IQ of the white race were 90, that the white race would still create Western civilization. It would be, it wouldn't be as tech heavy, but it would still create Western civilization. And then I bolstered my arguments with things like, and I was always kind of uncomfortable with the arguments that these people would use about IQ, where they would say, we are legitimate, you see, I will show you how legitimate we are. Jews have a higher IQ, so therefore, and Asians have a higher IQ, so we are legitimate, we are fair. And I was like, you know, no, I don't feel like I'm made legitimate by celebrating two other racial groups or people groups as having a higher average IQ. So I don't think that legitimizes my argument at all. And I pointed out, which they didn't like, I pointed out that, when you take a white person whose IQ is 85, which is said to be the average IQ of an American black person, and when you say this person, you take this person, they're not black. And you know what I mean by that. They're slow, but they're not black. And I pointed out that the same holds true when we see a white person with an IQ of like 104 or 106 or wherever they placed Asians and Jews in these tests. And I would say, you know what? They don't become Asian or Jewish. Their behavior remains white. So if IQ were the determining factor of what we produce and how we interact and all of these sorts of things, then they would be no longer white. If they weren't settled right at the 100 IQ level, they would be whatever other races are average out at. And we don't see that. We don't see that. So what do you have to say to that? And they would say, out with you, off with your head. We are not going to have you sully our problematic conclusions. And then I know, some of you right now are probably feeling the need. They're like, but wait a second, wait, that Jewish test, no, don't bother. I don't care. I don't care what their IQs are. I don't care. We are a people who deserve to live and survive because we live and survive. We don't have to make any arguments to defend that. Anybody making an argument against it demonstrates immediately that they are a blood-curdling, bloodthirsty anti-white. We deserve to not be persecuted because we were born white. We deserve to inherit that which we create. We deserve to inherit that which is ours. We deserve the outcome of our labors. That means our science, our jobs, our civilization, our universities, our societies. Those are consequences of what we produce. I don't care what the average IQ of an Asian, East Asian, or a Jewish person is. I could not care less. I don't feel the need to get into this pedantic squabbling and this captious nonsense. That is a wild waste of time for people who put far too much weight, far too much overrating on these like specific, trivial, meaningless details. And they utterly lose sight of general principles and the object of why you even got started, for Christ's sake, in all of this. You're welcome. So what happens, circling back to our societies, when anti-whites inundate our societies with different people? You get a different behavioral instinct. When they don't have numerical courage, when they are numerically diffident, and now in Go Free, we teach you about this. It doesn't just have to do with their numbers, although that is a large component of the formula. When they are numerically diffident, the Muslims in the UK, the Sikhs in the UK, the etc. in the UK, do their very best to imitate, because they cannot assimilate the behavior of white people since it is biospiritually based. So they imitate the behavior as best they can. And very often it's wonderful. They do a great job and they can become fantastic participants in our society. But at some point, when you keep bringing them in, or their numbers keep growing, or their numbers grow relative to a diminishing percentage of the white population, diminishing numbers of the white population, and therefore percentage, they reach nearer and nearer numerical courage. When they get numerical courage, and it is incremental, it grows in pieces. It's not a light switch. As they reach numerical courage, they exhibit more and more of what is natural for them. Which, and in the cosmic sense, there is no cosmic measurement. There is no right and wrong for cultures. There just is. And so, even if you had the great based Muslim neighbor, that Arab Muslim neighbor that, like Tommy Robinson likes to talk about, his buddies over there, if you have someone like that next door, once he is inundated with other Arabs, other Muslims, then his baseness evaporates. He might want to make the wise decision and flee with you because he wants to live in a white Western world. But otherwise, the percentage of his kind, his biospiritual kind, his instinctual kind, is strong enough, large enough, omnipresent enough that it exerts itself on the environment. And indeed, we see that happen. We have always seen it happen. It starts off in enclaves and then spreads from there. And we have seen across the UK, as every other Western country, these non-white peoples, and many of whom clearly demonstrate anti-white sentiment. They hate the society. They want to white erase the society. That is an anti-white sentiment. You want to change things from, you show up and you say, don't like the Christian religion of these people, want to get rid of that, and want to supplant it with Islam. So in other words, you can't have Islam and Christianity on the same street corner, can you? So you have, if Christianity is on, 5th and Florida, if it's on that street corner, but you want Islam there, you've got to white erase the Christianity to get Islam there. They cannot both occupy the same place and time. So it's got to white erase. If you white erase, that makes you anti-white. Now, if Muslims had shown up and they said, well, we're just going to do the Islam thing in the house, that would be obviously different than lining up in the streets by the thousands and thousands and flailing themselves, and this horrific wailing of a dying cat prayers that they do, that they force us to suffer. My opinion of it, I think it sounds horrid. Maybe you don't. I think it sounds horrid. Biospiritual behavior, follow me now, in its aggregate, in other words, a group of people of any race, their instinct expressed on their environment and on their animate and inanimate environment, in that aggregate is culture. That is what culture is. It wasn't leaked on you by the culture fairy. That's what it is. In every case, and you can check it out for yourself, maybe my reading of history is wrong, but wherever you get two or more peoples with the courage to express their own instincts, their behavioral instincts, you get a cultural arms race. There's no such thing as multicultural. They can't coexist. It can't happen, in my opinion, of course. One has, if you're going to have, for example, as I say, well, we'll just I'll refer back to so we can keep it rolling. 5th in Florida. You can't have the church and the mosque. It's got to be one or the other. Every time you end up with a cultural arms race, you end up in warfare, bloody, sanguinary, merciless balkanization throughout history. And that's what you're beginning to see happen in Western civilization, within our civilization. The balkanization as a consequence of the different instincts, not different IQs, the different instincts of the different races and peoples of man. It is all predictable by way of the dialectics in the Go Free stratagem. It is all able to be retrodicted without exception the exact same way. And that should prove to you, if you're a thinking person, that you have a correct formula for understanding the social discourse, social dynamism of society. What's happening as a consequence? Well, this is the clash of civilizations, not at the borders of countries, but within the West as a consequence of anti-whites. And we just had the other day this savage monster, anti-white monster, who was, everything was being done for this little motherfucker, anti-white monster. They had, the anti-white Britain had put him in a commercial or something, I read, and had done everything they could to make this individual's life wonderful and advantaged in a world where whites are disadvantaged, but are forced to live under the anti-white narrative that makes them articulate the opposite of reality. Talk about instilling a psychosis. British police charge 17-year-old anti-white terrorist over a stabbing attack that killed 3 white children. British police said Thursday they have charged a anti-white terrorist with a stabbing attack that left 3 little white girls dead and several more in critical condition. And for all of those white people who are listening in Canada, the United States, Australia, no gun used here. All of these people butchered up by one shrimp with a knife. The charges came as the traumatized town of Southport cleaned up after a bout of far-right violence. And agitators fired up by anger and misinformation clashed with police near the Prime Minister's residence in London. And if you're English, you can help me. Is it Merseyside police force said the teenager, who has not been named because of his age, just a teen, anti-white terrorist, monster, piece of human feces. That's what he is. Faces 3 counts of murder, 10 of attempted murder over people injured in the attack during a Taylor Swift-themed summer holiday dance yoga class. So in other words, this little anti-white bastard terrorist said to himself, in my opinion, this is where a bunch of females and their daughters who won't have sex with him are going to be gathering, and they're dehumanized, and he can't get sex from them, hadn't been able to rape any, like some of his anti-white cohorts, and so he's going to show up to avenge himself on them. And how many guys will actually be there to take him on? Well, and honestly, how many guys are left in our countries anymore? How many men are? Very few. You see a lot of these disgruntled, grown-up male toddlers out there, And it's a positive, just like we were just looking at the poll results. There are positives and negatives to be derived from what's happening. And we can get very excited about the positives, the energy of rage that's building. And in some circles, focus on the 3 little girls that were killed and the other white people that were harmed there first. And that's where the focus is. And then as a consequence, there is the eye then turns to the cause. So a focus on us, a centering of us. So there are positives there. And we actually have a victory to share about that a little bit later today. The negatives is that these mobs, without a white or Westman-centric viewpoint, are easily led by the nose wherever the anti-whites want to take them. And that, my friends, is what's happening. They're going to keep their fake accounts that are coming up all over the place. Clearly, this is anti-white orgs in the government, outside the government, somewhere in the gray area with the government, my opinion. And they are encouraging a focus on Arabs, a focus on Islam, centering them rather than us. That is intentional. And people who are blind are easily misled. And that, unfortunately, is our population. So on the positive, we're clearly angered. We're clearly fed up. We're clearly sick and tired. On the negative, we are directionless. And so therefore are easily misled by an anti-white Pied Piper who's going to focus on Islam and Arabs today and ignore all of the other problems with anti-whiteism, all the causes, all the sources of indeed, the anti-whiteism in our very own population, which gave birth to this garbage gutting our little white babies. How do you think we got there? I hate that I have to explain this so many times. There was a Tommy Robinson video years ago that I made a video about. It was magnificent. It crushed. It absolutely crushed. It did wonderful views. YouTube pulled it right down. Tommy Robinson wanted to focus in on some Khalik Mashay Mohammed that the government put in a government-funded, in other words, taxpayer-funded house at the end of a street from a school. And Tommy Robinson was standing in front of the school and misleading his followers. And he's saying, and they put it down the end of the street right from this school. School. And I said, the monster that you have to worry about is not the one down the street. It's the one behind the walls of that school. You can see it on the sign right behind Tommy Robinson. The sign itself for the school showed a non-white little boy hand in hand with a white little girl, and a different non-white little boy hand in hand with a white little girl, and then a non-white little girl helping a white little boy who was in a wheelchair. The way you got the monster at the end of the street is because the monster is in the fucking school, Robinson. You're going to talk about the Arabs because you love the way that wall tastes, probably. You're busy licking that thing like it's ice cream. You think the fucking Zio ice cream man pulled up. And you're like, me, ice cream. You're going to pull up, and can you imagine the song on that thing too? Let me tell you. Oh, big ice cream. You can talk about that. But if you're not looking at, if you're not focused on us, you're not seeing the monster in our midst, which is the phenomenon of anti-whiteism. You address that phenomenon. The white population in the UK today, with this growing energy coming out, I see them clashing with the police, and fantastic. They adopt a white Westman-centric viewpoint, and no one can victimize us. Do you understand? Do you understand? If you center Jewish people as the bad guys, it's going to continue. If you center Arabs as the bad guys, it's going to continue. If you center Islam as the bad guys, it will continue. Not only will it continue, but folks, we are almost done. The white race is almost done. The need to propagandize us, to get us to lower our guard with white guilt and everything else, to victimize us, is almost over. There's no more time. And we're going to talk about why these fools continue down this path coming up in the Go Free lesson of the day. It's an actual syndrome that everybody is suffering from, except for us. But guaranteed, people like Robinson and so many others, and this guy, I talked about him last week. I didn't name him. His last name is Winkle. That's how I remember him, Hinkle. He is in the U.S., the clearest CIA asset I have ever seen. They're getting so clumsy with this shit. You keep following these paid Pied Pipers into anti-white oblivion, and that's what you're going to find. It's not going to be that. Did you see the fucking picture? White little girl lying on the ground, covered in her blood. She's supposed to be having a little dance day. And when we were better, white men created an environment where she could go with her mother and have a little dance day. Because why? Those white men that you like to point to all the time. I know a lot of you Judeo-centric losers out there. You like to point to the Americans getting off. Well, my fucking relatives were on them boats. I have a right to talk about them. Showing up on the beaches in Normandy and saying, well, did they fight for this? Did they fight? They fought for us! They weren't fighting against Jews. They weren't fighting against Arabs. They fought for us. That's what those white men got off those boats for. That's what they caught that machine gun fire for. They fought for us. There's going to be a lot more. There's going to be a lot more little white girls and little white boys gang raped, gutted like fish. If you keep focusing on other groups of people. So we can get real happy right now about the energy that's swelling up in our people in the UK right now. We can get real excited about it. It is something to get excited about. And we should be adult, and we should look at the anti-whites moving in to steer this with a pinky, because they're not focused on us. It would all be over for the anti-whites if these mobs getting all energetic right now and kicking the shields of these scum police in the UK, and they are garbage. I saw them taking abuse from anti-whites and then sick a dog, an attack dog, on a white guy just yelling. They are scum, the police in the UK. You let that mob of angry white men, whether it's in Ireland, it's in Scotland, it's in London, wherever it is, you let them start chanting about how the opposition is anti-white. Keir Starmer, anti-white. You let them start chanting about how Islam is anti-white. These invaders are anti-white. And it's over. By God in heaven, strike these people with a blindness for the other and a love for themselves before it's too late. You imagine the UK, they're going to go after all these people. Do you understand? Do you understand? If you go out into the streets in London and you go attacking Arabs and Islam, your white community isn't going to defend you because they don't care about white people. The police will come and get you, and you'll go to jail forever. But if you have an entire community developing a sense of white identity, chanting that the opposition is anti-white, they won't be able to come get you for opposing anti-whiteism, because the community will defend you, will hide you, will protect you. Because people in the whites in the government will half-ass and drag their feet on anti-white edicts to be carried out on a white population. Fuck's sakes! There aren't going to be a lot more opportunities. There's not going to be a lot more fiery interactions. In fact, the more that they send people away for life, the chilling effect for coming out and objecting to what the anti-whites in the government, in the seats and in the streets are doing, will reach so many white people that fewer and fewer will be brave enough to even come out. And when they do, they'll come out to side with some other non-white group against some other anti-white group. And the white erasure will be complete. The time is running out. We have to reach these people. The iron is hot. Let us mold this raw piece of steel into a sword of fire for Western kind while there is still time. I call on all content creators who speak out at all against what's happening in the West to advocate immediately, now and forevermore, until they come and take us all away, or we drive that sun up into the western sky. I call on all of you right now to take up the concepts that we use here and go free. Give it due respect. Push this upon our white brothers and sisters before it's too late. You can see the writing on the wall. It doesn't get any clearer than this. Merseyside police force said the teenager, the anti-white terrorist, who has been named because of his hasn't been named because of his age, faces 3 counts of murder, 10 attempted murder, gutting people, lives ruined and changed forever, lives ended, no marriage, no walking the little girl down the aisle, no father getting to walk her down the aisle, no first baby, no being there for the birth. No first Christmases. No English breakfasts. About 24 children were and I don't know what all of the injured, how many of them were non-white, but that's the collateral damage of anti-whiteism, isn't it? And a great point, if we were in charge of our destiny, nobody, white or non-white, would have been harmed at a little dance event. He's due to appear in court in Liverpool later Thursday. you know what? Maybe half of him should be in Liverpool and half should be, I don't know, somewhere in Ireland. We could have both halves appear. That would be justice. 24 children were attending the summer vacation workshop when the anti-white terrorist attacker appeared with a knife and burst in. And then here you have, this is the AP, run by the anti-whites, far-right demonstrators. They will not call you far-right if you all chanting that you are against anti-whites, that you oppose anti-whiteism. We have already demonstrated this. And far-right won't matter then. You have these people out there who are adopting far-right, or they'll get into discussion that, well, I'm not far-right, but I oppose this or whatever. How does that unite us as a people and end our victimization? It doesn't. You're wasting your time. Look, God gave you the answer. Here it is. He even, at what point has the good Lord ever just ripped the sky open and said to everybody, it's come down in tablets, my friends. It's come through the vessel of men. God has given you the answers. It's working. What in the living are you waiting for? And if you think for 1 second that maybe you're a Christian and you think, well, you know, Moses wouldn't have cussed. I guarantee you he cussed when he came down, saw him dancing around that calf. They've launched several violent protests, ostensibly in response to the attack. So they're just going to craft everything. If they're going to craft everything, then let them craft how they are not anti-white, because your argument is that you're against anti-whiteism. Few hundred protesters hurled beer cans and flares near the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer's residence in Downing Street in central London on Wednesday evening. More than 100 people were arrested for offenses including violent disorder and assault. I guess, you know, I'm going to go ahead and go out on a branch that they're not going to be robustly coddled and patted on the head and just, it's okay, and then released like they do with anti-whites. I'm going to go ahead and gamble that. Yeah, and if you tell me for 1 minute, I feel like I will personally fight any white people that say, oh yeah, but we should be able to say how unfair it is. So I'm going to go ahead and keep doing this wrong, dumb thing, because then I can say how unfair it is. Sick of it. I want you to find the picture of the beautiful little white girl, gutted. And I want you to look at that for as long as you can stomach it. And then keep saying to yourself that it's okay because it's unfair. Because you get to say how unfair it is. Tuesday night, crowd of several hundred people hurled bricks and bottles at riot police. And, you know, we had somebody pop in last week and probably a great person said, oh, there's civil war going. There ain't no civil war. You can't have a collective resistance without a collective focus and then a pull on your own people, a gravitational pull. There is never going to be a wild, unhinged resistance to what the government is doing that becomes civil war. And then everything changes. You know, a lot of the problem is people like to look, and we're going to be talking about it, people like to look to places like Germany, and they say, well, look, there was a mob of people here or there. There was a specific focus in the body of those people, a specific leadership. Here I come with a specific focus. And what is the most uniform thing that we witness? Rejection of that. How dare you love our people? Suffering, they're all suffering from the same madness of anti-whiteism. Something wrong with a white Westman-centric focus. Set garbage bins and vehicles on fire, looted a store hours after a peaceful vigil for the girls aged 6, 7, and 9 were killed. More than 50 officers were injured, including more than 24 who were taken to hospitals, officials said. Poor babies. I'm absolutely appalled and disgusted by the level of violence. Okay, shown to my officers. You. Quit then. Quit. We don't give a shit. But you're appalled. We don't give a shit. I see you cowards run from the anti-white non-whites. So I don't give a shit. All right. So you all know that's what's going on. I mean, I've said what matters. Where our focus has to be. Positives and the negatives about what's taking place in our once great United Kingdom. Can be great again. We're going to have to change the focus in a big and rapid way. What happens as a consequence of anti-whiteism? I see Coconut is here. Great to see you, sister. As a consequence of anti-whiteism is the biological white erasure and the minimizing of the murder of white children. But the murderers, their origin, their destination, or their particular story, their ideology, etc., is really irrelevant and is, how can I say, tolerated, embraced by the anti-white system, irrespective of the origin. And so here we have, in the U.S., one Jonathan Lewis, who, by all accounts, stood up for a friend of his who was very small and was being bullied by a group of anti-white black monsters. Anti-white black monsters. We don't know. This kid, the smaller kid that was being bullied, we never did find out whether that kid was even white. He could have been non-white. But Jonathan stood up for him, according to the stories we read back then. And then these anti-white terrorist monsters, born in this country, not having to be imported, anti-white terrorists imported from a foreign land, no, born in this country, set upon him and stomped him to death. Mama Vegas student Jonathan Lewis beat to death by mob outside school. Rips bullies. That's what the New York Post calls these anti-white terrorists. Just bullies. Plea deal. Letting them get away with murder. Why? Just as we said back then, Jonathan Lewis's life doesn't have any value because he's white. Is the problem with the black race? No. I guarantee you, if I were in charge, there would be no groups of blacks ganging up on, jumping and stomping to death anyone. Not white, not non-white, no one, if I were in charge, because I'm a man of the West, and they would know the repercussions. It's not a black problem, it's an anti-white problem. And back to our conversation about the UK. If we don't focus on what the real problem is, then we keep getting these same outcomes. How many Jonathan Lewises before Jonathan Lewis? How many more Jonathan Lewises who won't be able to go to his mom and dad and say, Mom and Dad, I'm going to ask Peggy or whatever to marry me. And then they get all excited over that. How many more Jonathan Lewises are not going to be able to bring the family together for a function to have a reveal that he and his wife are pregnant? How many more before the white race listens to me and this community of champions? The mother of Las Vegas teen beaten to death by a gang of bullies last year furiously called out the county's district attorney for allowing her son's killers, alleged. It's not alleged. They said they did it, to get away with murder after it was ruled they would no longer face prosecution as adults. Oh, do we have to do... If this had happened the other way, people do that most of the time. We do that, point out the double standard, if it were reversed, as a catalyst to talk about the dialectics and lexicon. There's no point being made that if 4 white teenagers jumped a black teenager and stomped his head until it broke apart on the pavement and he died as a consequence, that they wouldn't be referring to this as bullies, and that they wouldn't be allowed to just walk like these 4 have. Melissa Reedy was horrified when she found out the Clark County District Attorney accepted a plea deal on Thursday that would ensure the 4 anti-white, non-white monsters, terrorists, charged with the death of her son, Jonathan Lewis, would avoid being locked up in an adult prison. They murdered his life because he's a white male. And at white females, I really want you to listen, because when you come back and you're like, we shouldn't have to compete against guys in sports, you're going to know why I'm giving you a particular finger. Because this is the value of the white boys for generations up to now, where your little girls are getting butchered at the dance studio and they have to compete against boys in sports. There's no justice for my son, Jonathan Lewis. Imagine her pain. Stomped to death and murdered while 20 people stood there and did nothing more than film it. All the fights that I got in junior high school, you can read about in my book, Crucible, against anti-whites. Almost 100% non-white. Almost all of them surrounded by white kids who just watched. Totally outnumbering the non-whites, just watched. Why is that? Anti-whiteism. Social morality. Why didn't the Christians jump in to stop it? Why didn't the Christians break it up and say you shouldn't fight? The social morality of anti-whiteism. The lack of a focus on our people. The lack of an identifying with me as a fellow white kid, a fellow white person. It'd be over. There would be no anti-white terrorism, no bullying, no beating, no white erasure. If white people said, enough is enough, we're focusing on us, there's not going to be any more anti-whiteism, it would be over in a heartbeat. No other method has done that or can do that. Lewis's killers, I don't know why they're saying alleged, were under 18 when they were formally charged with second-degree murder. The plea deal will allow the teens to plead guilty to murder as juveniles. We were able to evaluate all the evidence as a whole and reach this mutually beneficial negotiation. Does that feel mutually? They should be killed. They killed him. They willfully killed him. They should be executed. The state should execute all four. The Attorney General told 8 News Now, obviously, what occurred is a tragedy. No, it's terrorism. It's just a tragedy is a car accident. This is just always, and why would they take responsibility away from these black anti-whites? Freedom from responsibility, anti-whiteism. They just pull it out of there. Pull it out. No, it's not their responsibility. It's just a tragedy that his head was stomped until it was broken open and neck broke by these anti-white monsters. Luis, a Rancho High School student, was brutally beaten by a mob of his peers in an alley near his school. He died of blunt force trauma. Look at this. I tell you what, God would be good. God would be real good if he allowed me to happen upon something like this happening. That would be a good God. Look at this. Look at these anti-white terrorists. And then for all of the idiots out there that want to say black, one of them not even black. They're all anti-white though, aren't they? No need to correct our formula. There's no, except in this case, in our formula always works. Lewis was attacked when he allegedly got into a fight over a wireless headphones, which had been stolen from one of his friends. So a smaller kid who they said beat on him, turned him upside down, and shoved him into a trash can. The four anti-white teens, anti-white monsters, when they were arrested, they pled self-defense. That was their first plea. That should be it. No, you don't get another plea. You're pleading self-defense? All right, we're moving forward with the trial. 4 of you stomped him to death, and you were defending yourselves from this little kid's rage. Not even, barely 100 pounds. Remember, we looked at other pictures of him with his girlfriend. Barely 100 pounds, soaking wet, with an astronaut outfit on. And these absolute monster scum saying self-defense. All right, we're moving forward with that, and we'll schedule the execution for next week because we know we got this sewed up. Why would you say, wait, why don't I just change your plea and we'll let you go? I've been talking a lot about how this is an injustice to Jonathan Lewis, his family, the girlfriend that loved him, his friends that cared about him. But this, more importantly, for all of us past, present, and future, is the destruction of civilization. We prohibit murder for society, to have society. We prohibit rape to have society. We prohibit theft to have society. When you permit murder, you lose society. This is not only the murder of Jonathan Lewis, this is the murder of Western civilization. It comes from the moral tapestry, the social moral tapestry of the society. And from there, all of the infernal derivatives of those ideas, to the point where you let murderers go as long as they plead guilty to murder. As long as they plead guilty to manslaughter and they're juveniles, they get to go free. That is the value that the prosecutors, the people who put those prosecutors in place, it's not a one-off. They had to go through rungs of other people also infected with anti-whiteism and no contrary there to contend with it, to reach that. So it's not just a person who's in charge problem. And those individuals made the decision that the value of this white teenage boy, his life has no value. His parents' lives, no value. The friends and other relatives' lives, no value. Western civilization, no value. The four anti-white terrorist monsters walk. That's what you're left with. That's where we are today. And things continue to fall apart all across Western civilization, exposing us to greater and greater threats from the inside and the outside. A house that gets weaker by the day, Western civilization, because of anti-whiteism, because of white erasure. And then we hear and read about things like cybersecurity threats to the country. How a cybersecurity attack would cripple America after catastrophic crowdsource glitch. Everything has, all of our standards have been removed or are in the process of being removed. The Republican Party, the Democrat Party embraces it. The Republican Party embraces it. As I said in my tweet, the Democrat Party practices identity politics and platforms, champions, and celebrates women and non-whites. The Republican Party condemns identity politics and platforms, defends and celebrates non-whites and women. Cyber criminals could cripple the U.S. by targeting just 10 critical components in an electrical network, experts have revealed. How many of you hearing my voice have, because of the past and the knowledge that Westmen, mostly white men, were in critical junctures, critical places to make, and they were making sure, like Ronald Rowe, you just saw him for the Secret Service. How many of you have said to yourself your whole life, these things are not going to fail because at the end of the day, they're going to be people there like Ronald Rowe or Jason Köhne. And they're going to make sure they're going to outsmart the bad guys and they're going to crush them and they're going to make sure that the lights stay on, that the internet works, that the medicine flows, that the hospitals are operational. We've taken this for granted for generations because white people built it all. White people built it all. So we took it for granted. We should. But we have reached the point where it can't be taken for granted anymore. The Jason Köhnes are not in these critical positions anymore. The Ronald Rose that we just saw, that guy right there, secondhand man, soon to be white erased himself by some hip with it female of color who's just changed from whatever it was before, transformed from whatever it was before. exposing this country to external and internal predators with various agendas that you could never figure out, that no content creator is going to be able to explicate or expound to you. No use in getting on the internet. Let me go watch what this guy said and what could become what. It doesn't matter. They have no idea, and they couldn't know. None of it's going to be reported. Why would it be? All of these critical junctures are becoming, if not already, exposed to various threats that can radically disrupt our society. No, our Western society, Western civilization. No, don't start buying the Harry Dingleberry water filtration system from Mr. Dingleberry because he gives you a coupon code. Don't do this shit. Don't go out and make these idiots rich. You're just wasting your money. Now I've advocated before, you can prepare for 3 months. Anything beyond that, all that will matter at that point is guns and ammo. And you don't need more guns than you could shoot over the course of the rest of your life. But you'll need a lot of ammo, because you'll be able to get everything else from everywhere else, and everybody will be getting everything else from everywhere else, and it'll be the end of anything that you could ever fathom as normal or peaceful. But this is a new and evolving reality across Western civilization that should motivate us to go free. Not to become experts in freezers that will keep their cool for 12 hours after the electricity has been cut off. The attack would begin with a series of cascading failures, first shutting down essential service providers like 911 call centers and healthcare providers, and then spreading to critical infrastructure. America would lose access to energy, water, financial services, public transportation, and cell phone networks, resulting in severe ramifications. Morgan Wright, a former senior advisor in anti-terrorism at the U.S. State Department, told the Daily Mail that civil unrest and a breakdown of the social order would soon follow. Something to consider that is also smart and is not becoming hysterical, because that's not what we do here. And there are plenty of hysterical people that we threw the hell out and left of their own volition when COVID hit. And they decided going free didn't matter. And remember what Jason said? And I said, now's the time. When you're at the grocery store, everybody is scared. Some of the shelves are bare, to start talking about anti-whiteism. Somebody I was streaming with at the time said, don't say that, man. After we were no longer live. You're going to get people arrested. They should just be buying meat and toilet paper and Q-tips, Vaseline, to try to open up their tight asses. We don't become hysterical here. We are the adults in the room, and we are able to look at the clock on the wall and see that we're running out of time. We use this to motivate us to go free, to spread the dialectics and lexicon. And here's something you can think about in the near future. And that is that if you live in an area that is surrounded by non-white people that either you know to be anti-white or are likely to be anti-white or are likely to behave in a way that isn't commensurate with the instinctual behavior, bio-spiritual behavior of white people, you might, in the near future, begin looking for a way out of there. Because indeed, if power is shut down to those environments, if, depending upon how anti-white it is, You might be needing to defend yourself and your home a lot sooner than your brothers and sisters who live maybe in safer cities or safer parts of cities or suburbia or exurbia or out in rural areas. And that isn't a place that you want to find yourself. The world had a taste of what a cyber attack could do when a flawed update was issued by cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike last month, causing almost 9 million Windows computers to malfunction. The misstep impacted airlines, banks, supermarkets, TV stations, and many other industries worldwide. How many of you had a problem as a consequence of this? I did. First Laz said, in an emergency, we need to get off the grift. Yeah, exactly. Nameless One says, bless you, Jason. God bless you as well. Microsoft experienced a second outage. Well, the misstep impacted airlines, banks, supermarkets, TV stations. Microsoft experienced a second outage on Tuesday, which impacted many of its services and companies that use its tech for about 10 hours. The tech giant later admitted that its services were taken down by a distributed denial, so a DDoS attack that they're as old as the beginning of computing, that was amplified by an error in the company's cyber defenses. Eric O'Neill, a former, and please don't give anybody time who is telling you conspiracies about what happened here and that it was a test run for expert. You're just wasting. You can't do anything about those things. Those explanations do not benefit us. They don't benefit you. So remember, all explanations have to benefit white well-being. If they don't, they're useless. If they don't benefit white well-being, they are useless. They already have found ways to disrupt America's fuel, power, water, communications, education system as they look to exploit our reliance on these essential resources, he continued. An attack of this kind would have dire consequences for U.S. citizens, such as even killing Americans on their soil. A cybersecurity expert, adjunct instructor at the University of Global Affairs at New York University, said, just like we talked about when it comes to eating a healthy diet, and you have these alternative doctors and medicines, and they show up and they have a bunch of information to share with you. Just like we said there, that you have to take this all with a grain of salt. You have to do the same thing when it comes to these sorts of people. When it comes to people who want to talk to you about doomsdaying. And a lot of these people, they're just doomsdayers. We've checked in on some of them. Maybe we need to make fun of some more of them a little bit more often. Like Prepper Nurse, for example. Massive audience, making a living for himself off doomsaying, just scaring the shit out of his audience. It's his job to find the impossible, create a explanation of how it could be possible, and then to get you to buy the Harry Dingleberry water filter system through him, and to start growing your own, into having your own this and that and the other thing through him to make him wealthy. It is in the interests of these people. You can see, have none of that. None of that's going on. The purpose here is white well-being. The purpose here is to empower you with knowledge, not to frighten you, but to motivate you to make changes in this world so that we can stop having Jonathan Lewises and their lives, their skulls beaten and cracked open, their necks broken, and then their murderers allowed to go free as long as they plead guilty to it, so that we can put an end to the little white girls being gutted, filleted by anti-white non-whites in the once great United Kingdom. That's what I'm trying to do. it's time more people get involved. We're going to be back in a minute to celebrate some of those champions making it happen. And that is the great Jared George. Let's start the celebration, ladies and gentlemen, for our swashbuckling champions. I hear the roaring and the cheering, and this is what we do, very different from other communities, is that we actively change the world we live in. We don't just complain about it. And we begin by celebrating the one and only, the great, well, actually, before we do that, it's the beginning of the month, isn't it? So we got to celebrate our all-stars and our honors roll call, but we begin with the all-stars on the honors roll call. And who are these people? These are the folks who are financially gifting monthly, and they don't even think about it. It just comes right out. They are signed up to Gumroad or Subscribe Star, two of the options there for financially gifting. We want to 07, quadruple 07s, every single one of these people. So let's get right into it in the honors roll call at the very top of the honors roll call. We have the All-Stars, beginning with at the very top, the Apex Promethean Healing. Big celebrations, big celebrations. Remember, Rogers Emojis 96 to celebrate these folks. The liquid that makes the engine for white well-being turn, ladies and gentlemen. Become a part of it. Next in line in the All-Stars with the honors roll call, we've got Joseph is over here. God bless you, Joseph. And we have also in the All-Stars, we got Western Sunrise over there in the All-Stars, and we got user 57 is in and among the All-Stars. Glorious. And we continue with the rest of the honors roll call, ladies and gentlemen. Zanazak is over there. Greg M is one of the honors roll call. So is Save Western Civilization Now. King Petras is over there. Champions, celebrate these heroes. The fuel that turns the pistons. We got Mark is there. We got Darth is there. We got user 55 is there. We got Base in Florida is there. Keep the celebration going for Hartman is over there. June is there. God bless you all. Your LG is there. Great to see you celebrating these champs. Defeat Deceit is over there. Tamara is over there. Honors roll call. Honors roll call. Mother of Victory is there. Maverant is over there as well as Scott is there. And so is European Man is on the honors roll call. So is Hendrickson and Maximilian are over there on the honors roll call. And I think finally we have, let's see, Namaku is over there on the honors roll call. And so is Mess. I think it's Mess. New York is over there. And if I missed your name, you need to make sure to reach out to me and let me know, because I've just missed it. And I want to celebrate you on the honors roll call, but you are there. You know you're there if I didn't name you. Everyone that is there, we celebrate honors roll call all the way up through the All-Stars. We give giant salutes to, because, hey, this is the liquid that turns the pistons that create the power. Let's keep it going. Let's keep these swashbuckling celebration going for the one and only, for Franklin IRL. As we always celebrate this hero, we love the work that he does. He is in the live check. In fact, let's get Raucous emojis for all of our moderators, our troll slayers, as I like to call them. We got Sloths is here. You got 4-0. You got Kate. You got of course, Franklin and the number one Beam Danger. And now to celebrate these troll slayers, that's how the job gets done. God bless these heroes for the work that they're doing in service as well. Franklin, number one, he's wallpaper. And this is what the world looks like when Franklin goes by. It's a wonderful thing. He's empowering people in the real world. Celebrate the swash, ladies and gentlemen. It's a flamboyance you wouldn't believe. Franklin has a cape. I can tell you this. He has a cape where he goes, and it's glorious. He's a busy young man. He's a wonderful person. He gets most of these victories together. Give love, celebration, quadruple 07s to Franklin. Franklin would like to thank Ivan, the horrible, the champion, and the nameless one, both of whom joined Franklin in one of his great many self-imposed duties for white well-being over there on the Donald Trump Jr. stream. Big salutes, big love, show the love for these. This day we are going on a global tour, ladies and gentlemen, for the good swash, the great swashbuckling that our heroes are doing around planet Earth. But before we get there, I want to celebrate Leontina, the Blue Flame, Truth Seeker, Positive Clarity, and Shannon Oliver, all of whom I have seen in abundance on Twitter. God bless them. And I know you're out there as well. I didn't say you were like the nameless soldier, and I love you for your work. I missed you. I am sorry, but I'm trying to keep my eye open as well. Could you imagine if we had millionaires come in and we became the white positive ADL? It would be magnificent. We want to also thank big swashbuckling gratitude to send toward Anglo-Saxon and WG and No White Guilt Clips, heroes extraordinaire, making clips over the course of this week. Wonderful clips of yours truly getting magnificent views, introducing people to the great work that we are doing here. Celebrate them, celebrate these heroes, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give also a big thanks to our meme makers, our meme mavens, because all of these glorious memes that you see, they show up, they're on Twitter, they show up on Facebook, they're showing up different places. They come from our meme merchants, and they are fabulous powerhouses that we need to laud and celebrate. Give them love, show them respect. Big salutes to our meme mavens. Give a big thanks to them. Let's keep it going. Talking about Facebook, you're not even going to believe this. Based White. Here, right here in the US of A, Based White is charting new territory, conquering Facebook like the solo hero mastermind that he is. He's over there on Facebook. He's having massive success on Facebook, spreading the work of white well-being, an epic swashbuckler, folks. He showed me messages from numerous normal, ordinary white folks, vagues out there, ordinary folks, who have written him back on Facebook. Numerous messages from people who have written him back because he shared on Facebook clips that he makes and other clips and the stuff that we're doing. And with groups of people on Facebook, they write them back, and they're all positive. They're all like, "This is excellent. Thank you for sharing." You would not get this from normal people across the web. Oh my God, it's just glorious. Then they come over and they sub. They say, "I immediately will sub to No White Guilt on YouTube." They come over here and sub, and even sharing photographs with him of buying Go Free. This is the swash, the epic swash that Based White is up to on Facebook, of all places. Give it up. He says, "I'm having success sharing your channel and book on Facebook. I post the shorts I have made as a story. And when people respond to them, I share links and info about Go Free." Folks, how can you do that? Of course you can. You can share his very same shorts. You can do it on Facebook. You can do it on any of the other social networking platforms that you're on. The exact same way, when people say something, you can reach out and say, "Here's the website, here's the YouTube channel, here's the book you need." And then you too can get messages back right here in the US of A of people saying, "We love it. Thank you so much for sharing." Big swash, Based White. Head on over to Ireland with our very own Seamus, who participated in an Irish live space where they were discussing the murder of the anti-white terroristic murder of 3 little girls. And he was impressed. He wants to share with us how impressed he was that they were expressing sympathy for the little girls, the lives of the little girls, not centering the other and the outsider, but expressing the sympathy for the little girls he saw. He then raised his hand to be able to speak and swashed like an epic, glorious god among them. Seamus, give it up for this swashbuckling hero. He told them about focusing on our people. He told them about white well-being, and they were giving him thumbs up while he was talking in this space, celebrating. They even asked him for the link, and he gave them the link. That is epic swashbuckling. We leave the Irish Isles and head on over to Spain, where our very own Nocturnia was swashing in the Spanish language in a political party's forum in Spain. And she was where they were talking about Marxism and socialism, and she got them to call Marxism and socialism anti-white. Give it up for this global powerhouse traveling now from Spain, Nocturnia, God bless her, over there in Spanish with that party. We love it. Traveling back up the European continent to Norway, where Morten and the champions in Norway have had another victory with the conservative website, the big Norwegian conservative website. They wrote this, and this conservative powerhouse in Norway pinned the comment, and they have hundreds and hundreds of likes already from the conservative Norwegians spreading using the lexicon. Morten wrote this. Here we can clearly see the cooperation between violent street gangs and the regime media, the anti-whites in the streets and the anti-whites in the seats. White people may not defend their own people, not even innocent, defenseless children. Big victory, a global journey for those in service to white well-being. Doesn't happen elsewhere, ladies and gentlemen. When we take a trip around the world, it's a trip full of leviathanic victories. God bless these heroes. Salute them all. 96s, crowns and gems raining from the heavens. Make it rain. It doesn't rain money like the rappers make it rain. We rain crowns, bitch. That's how it works. Let's continue with these images we have here to celebrate. Who do we have here swashing but one of Western kind? He's swashing over there on Mick O'Keefe, and he writes, anti-whites view whites as one people. Remember, the likes and the comments come from these people's audiences, not from our audience. We are an elite cadre of warriors, of lovers for white well-being. We are getting their audiences and their content creators to use these concepts. That's why they show up everywhere. So watch as I read these things, just like I read what Morten wrote. Watch as I read these. Listen for the lexicon. Look for the dialectics, the arguments that we use showing up. This is how they're communicated. Anti-whites view whites as one people. We should see ourselves that way as well. One people of many nations and cultures. It doesn't mean we discard our nationalities. We protect them by having a shared white identity globally. United we stand, divided we fall. 30,000+ views as the audience has to take a breather in their cheering, ladies and gentlemen, but you'll keep it up and the audience will come back. Hundreds and hundreds of likes from this person's audience. Give it up for one of Western kind. 34 retweets, comments galore, ladies and gentlemen. One of Western kind back again on Radio Genoa this time. The German police never joke when it comes to protecting Jews and Israel. If only they would stop joking when it comes to anti-whiteism as well. They not only tolerate, but actively enforce it. 170,000 people in this person's audience have seen those dialectics and lexicon right there in Radio Genoa's thread. Hundreds of almost 1,000 likes and growing, retweets and comments galore. Give it up for one of Western kind. This is how it's spread. No question about it. I'm not taking any back seats anymore. If it makes your feelings hurt, get over it. One of Western kind. We're going to celebrate this hero. Oh, we're working on 200,000 views. Keep it going. One of Western kind. 24,000 views. Hundreds and hundreds of likes from the audience of European invasion. He writes this: multiculturalism will lead to conflict in white Western countries if white erasure and anti-whiteism are not ended swiftly. White well-being needs to be respected. Ordinary people coming across white well-being needs to be respected. And giving it time so that it gets passed to others so that you end up with 24,000 views so that you end up with hundreds and hundreds of likes and comments and retweets. Ladies and gentlemen, the people are coming. We just need to keep pushing. Give it up for One of Western Kind, a swashbuckling captain. Over here, One of Western Kind is under Nigel. Start using anti-white Farage. And One of Western Kind with 23,000 views. Add up just One of Western Kind this week, for God's sake. A powerhouse. 23,000 views of Nigel Farage audience. Hundreds of likes and retweets and comments. One of Western Kind gave all those people this to read. This was an act of anti-white terrorism. It's the result of anti-whiteism. The anti-white media will always try to obfuscate anti-white victimization because they support it. Call out anti-whiteism, Nigel. We need to accurately name this to solve it. Oh my God. I would be setting off getting fireworks right now. I would set this place on fire because One of Western Kind is setting it on fire. Big love. Well done. One of Western Kind back again, this time under politics for you. 20,000 views, hundreds of likes, retweets, and comments. He writes this: when George Floyd and other criminals like him died, any amount of anti-white violence and arson in response was simply the, quote, voice of the unheard. When whites meet the anti-white murdering of 3 children with anything other than passivity, they're villainized. You are anti-white. Oh, One of Western Kind, showing that he walks and dines with the gods. Here again, this time on Taj Ali, with 12.1 thousand views, hundreds of likes, retweets, and comments. He says, 3 white girls were stabbed dead the other day. Will you condemn anti-whiteism? Of course not. Your MO is hushing anti-white crime while villainizing all whites with anti-white slurs. You are anti-white. So this Taj Ali has this many people checking in over there. And even though Taj Ali takes his anti-white stance, they're agreeing with One of Western Kind. Hey, I think an icebreaker has landed in the Arctic, and there's nothing left of it. The Arctic is now what the environmentalists worried about, just ocean. Anglo-Saxon NWG steps up and he says, I'm going to set the world on fire. He'll start off with the Antarctic, showing up with 1,000 views. 1,000 views, 40 replies under Benny Johnson's audience. So 1,000 members of Benny Johnson's audience saw and agreed with who else is sick of the anti-white attacks on Trump. They are sick of it. And we don't have one of Anglo-Saxon NWGs. It didn't come through. It didn't work. We'll have it next week, though. Here is Anglo-Saxon NWG over on Black Conservative Perspective. 534 members of Black Conservative Perspective's audience said, yes, I like what Anglo-Saxon NWG had to say. 37 of them decided to add their comments. Anglo-Saxon NWG said, who else is absolutely sick and tired of the anti-white attacks on Trump? Here you have the Hodge twins. Swinging, swashing in is our very own Anglo-Saxon. Who else is sick and tired of anti-whiteism ravaging this country? 1,500 likes. 1,500 people of the fucking Hodge twins said yes. Sick of it. 117 of them decided to add their voice to that position. Big swash. And I think wrapping it up with Matt Walsh, almost 500 likes from Matt Walsh's audience, 18 replies, no more anti-whiteism, no white guilt, no white negativity, Trump 2024. Writes Anglo-Saxon NWG. Folks, you know who this is. John J. is in the house, swashing on the roads like he has a carpet to fly on. We will end anti-whiteism, nowhiteguilt.org. A man that is so glorious He hovers down the highway and the byway and the parkway. It's John G. Show him love, give him crowns and 96s. He ain't done, though. He decided to do another one of the side windows, the Foundation for whitewellbeingoutreachteam, 501c3. And if you want to make a tax-deductible donation to yours truly, you can head on over to the Foundation for whitewellbeingoutreachteam or .com. Tag yours truly, no white guilt, Jason Köhne, whatever you like, and it will reach me. If you are an American, tax-deductible option is available for you. Says right here, the great John G, make a tax-deductible donation. NoWhiteGuilt.org today. God bless John G. We love it. We love it. God bless you, man. He'll be our driving billboard if we ever get underway with an actual foundation. Check out No White Guilt clips. Look at how glorious this meme is. Talking about memes, he's over there under Count Dacula. You remember this slob. No White Guilt clips writes, we just become a single people with many countries. If we want to survive, we must become a single people with many countries if we want to survive. How many of Count Dankula's audience saw this and liked it? 41,000 and counting. Hundreds of likes, retweets, comments. It says here, to quote from yours truly, we as whites, Westmen, have become a single people, have to become a single people. There is no other way out of this. I know it feels unnatural or even immoral to most of you, but generations of evidence proves that there is no other path. Use these memes. That'll be another example of the talents, dedication of No White Guilt clips. Let's check it out. Another meme here. Same one. This one is under I am yes, you are no. How many of his audience saw this, liked it? 11,000. 11,000 people of that audience, hundreds of likes, retweets, and comments. Give it up for the great No White Guilt clips. He's making memes. He's financially gifting. He's making clips. He's posting clips. He's posting memes. He's getting views. Ladies and gentlemen, a God stands astride the world, and he's called No White Guilt clips. He comes in again over here with another post. Why are you so anti-right that you want white erasure? He writes of Marcus Köhne. He gets from that guy's audience 15,000 people view it, hundreds of likes and retweets and comments. It's the great clips, ladies and gentlemen. Look at, we are building inroads in so many people, this diversity of content creators we're reaching, we're getting into their audience. Jason, it's coming from everywhere. You all ain't doing it. It's coming from everywhere because we are doing it, bitch. Give it up for No White Guilt clips. Here he is again. Here's a video that he made, 33-second video. The only group that can be discriminated against is white people, specifically white males. He made of yours truly 14,000 views. And this is under Ultra Dane, a content creator who seems to be white sympathetic in many of the tweets, will not get on, abjectly refuses to get on board with the work that we're doing here. 14,000 of her audience sees this, hundreds of likes, retweets, and comments. Big love. No White Guilt clips. Talk about an icebreaker. There's a volcano coming through. A volcano's coming through. No White Guilt clips again. He can't even be stopped, ladies and gentlemen. And remember, these are a fraction of all of our victories. We can't get to all of them. He writes here in response to Ultra Dane that he is an anti-white terrorist, talking about what she was tweeting about. And then he posts this: the race of an anti-white terrorist is of no importance relative to the fact that they are anti-white. Brilliantly written. 16,000 people from Ultra Dane's audience and elsewhere, hundreds of likes, retweets, and comments. No White Guilt clips, doing damage where damage needs to be done, showing love. Homeless Bear in here, ready to participate, says those cities got over-seasoned with anti-whiteism is what happened. that was able to happen because white people forgot to look after white people, but we're going to start turning that around, right? He says in response to I am yes, you are no. 11,000 people there. Add these people up. These people matter. Almost 100 likes, retweets. Homeless Bear, give him salutes. 96s, drop some crowns. He's not done because he's over here on I am yes, you are no as well. She's obviously just anti-white, he writes. She likes America and all the comforts it offers, but has deep resentment because she knows it wouldn't exist without white people. A dialectic powerhouse. I love it. Well done, Homeless Bear. Jealousy and envy are at the root of anti-whiteism. How many people? Almost 20,000 human beings. Hundreds of likes, retweets, and comments. Homeless Bear. Homeless Bear. He's out there. He's got like one of those gigantic long bows. He's ready to just start raining down love on the opposition. He's back again, this time under NHPUK official. He tweets, white families get zero protection from governments. They fund, whilst said governments fund the erasure of said white families. Anti-whiteism is unacceptable. And a glorious meme. Look at this glorious meme. Why aren't you involved yet and sharing the memes? Even if you can't write your own sentences, you can copy and share every one of these memes. Almost 20,000 more people. Hundreds of likes, retweets, and comments. 20,000 more people. Homeless Bear. We love it. 07s, quadruple 07s. The victories go on. Biospirit of the West, the leader, the extraordinary leader, and heavy hitter, heavy puller in the background. The crowd is having to take a breath. They're running out of air for so many of our victories, of which this is only a fraction. The heavy hitter, heavy puller, magnificent hero in service to white well-being, Biospirit of the West himself, with a tweet here, Western kind, we are one people, many countries. He writes in response to I am yes, you are no. Non-whites have their own peoples and countries, sharing this beautiful meme. Look at this beautiful meme. I've got to get this beautiful meme. 13,000 human beings saw this, ladies and gentlemen. Hundreds of likes, retweets, and comments. Biospirit of the West deserves crowns and gems. Make it rain, ladies and gentlemen. These are the best human beings all over the world, and we're going to continue with this glorious gathering in 10 seconds. We are going to keep rolling. This is amazing. All around the world, success is everywhere. It's so beyond what everybody else is doing. It's one of the reasons why we got to get into this Einstellung effect. The Einstellung effect is what we're going to be covering. I will start up the Twitter space in a moment as we are at the bottom of the hour, having an hour left. And again, if I missed a success of yours and you wanted it to be recognized, you got to reach out to me, Franklin, Biospirit of the West. Let us know that you would like to be recognized for your work over the week. We only celebrate from that week. So these victories are not for like weeks past. I want everybody to know that, who are haters and hate watching and everything. This is every week, and it's a fraction. And you just look at the number of human beings that saw the dialectics, the lexicon. It's showing up everywhere as a consequence. We're changing the focus. We're saving lives. All of it is replicable and scalable, the big victories we're having. Now's not the time to stop. Now is the time to push even harder at something that is moral, it is acceptable, it is applicable, and we have the custodianship of it. So we are the ones who have to continue to advance without rest until we see a greater white race coming into view. God bless everybody's work. All right. We're going to take a look at the financial gifts, and we will start up. In fact, let me start up the Get your tags in now. No white guilt. Get your tags in, and or financial gifts. I'm going to take a look around. The first ones that we will look at will be the ones that we will celebrate, and then we'll roll back and we'll answer everybody's questions and all the financial gifts of all sizes. Let me see here. I think probably thoughts on the street battles in the UK will get some attention, don't you think? At least a person or two. Okay, so thoughts on the street battles in the UK, but also, since we have an hour left, we're going to be talking about the Go Free lesson of the day, which is the Einstellung effect. And I'll eventually get the pronunciation right. It's close enough. And how that is undermining, how it really is posing a challenge to us to reach people. So you'll be able to finally understand, because there is a name. We can tag these people with what they are suffering from. So heading on over to the Dude Bro Moment platform, where we celebrate Dude Bro Moment, 007's Crowns and Gems, Make It Rain, $50 financial gift from the one and only Dude Bro Moment. And with that $50, he says, for white well-being. And with those $50, we will protect white children. We are not going to allow white children to continue being butchered because idiots in our race are dragging their feet when it comes to being a people by focusing and centering other groups of people and other religions rather than focusing and centering ourselves. It's the most uncomfortable thing for white people. It's just really upsetting to me that it is that way. Let me turn around. That's the only one of that caliber on Entropy, but I'll turn around to Cash App and Subscribe Star. We will refresh those. We rarely have that caliber on the other platforms. So we shall see. We will celebrate Hartman. Celebrate the champion, financially gifting $50. $50 over there on Subscribe Star. Rain the crowns down. No White Guilt is a great fighter for white well-being. One of the few. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much. God bless you for that and all the hard work you're doing in service to white well-being. Definitely. Let us continue the celebrations. Keep out your raucous emojis because we are celebrating Stefan financially gifting $25 over here on Cash App. God bless you, Stefan. Thank you so very much. 25 white well-being dollars saying everything he wants to say. A beautiful testimonial. God bless you. Keep it going in a raucous and uproarious and splenetic, strident way for no white guilt. Calypse, ladies and gentlemen. Financially gifting $100. $100. God bless you, champion. 100. He's out of this world, isn't he? He's out of this world. It's like a home run. All the bases loaded, grand slam every time. Every moment of this guy's life, he's making himself a hero. Absolutely magnificent. Let's also celebrate Robert financially gifting 25 white well-being dollars all the way. He does so many ways. He's come in, he's got the family, he's got this, he's got that. We'll talk about it in the $25 from Robert. God bless you, sir. Big celebration. We have also, we're going to celebrate $25. Keep it going. Keep raining the crowns and the gems in the 96ers, the 07s. How about some swashbuckling flags? Reynold Whitewolf financially gifting for white well-being $25. Thank you so much, Reynold White Wolf, a glorious name on top of everything else. Well done, well said. Keep it going for the great and glorious Slots, who in also so many ways, the champions are really here, aren't they, everybody? The great Slots financially gifting $36. And he says with those 36 white well-being dollars, in the name of Anglo-Saxon NWG. Remarkable, remarkable, my brother. Well done. Very Slotzian of you. Very pristine, very pristine. Well done. Keep the celebrations going for First Last. First Last has just decided to financially gift 100 white well-being dollars in the name of Slots. Epic Slotzian, pristine. Well done. God bless you. Thank you, sir. The heroes have come out. The night is stelliferous, ladies and gentlemen. Look at all of these heroes showing up. Let's see. All right. I think that's it for here. Let me just swivel around. We'll get back to all of the other financial gifts. Take a quick look. Make sure we didn't miss any others that have reached the level of celebrating. I see a lot of comments going on. It's wonderful on Rumble, on Twitter. Great to see you all. Twitter live chat over here on D Live. And give a little refresh there. I see, what is this? Okay, I don't see anything new. I don't think it's new there from Spartan. I think that was the last time. Yeah, that was last time. Good to see you over there, Spartan. And we'll go over here to Odyssey. And we'll be getting right to the topic of the Twitter space and the Go Free lesson of the day in just a moment. And it looks like I already see the heroic, glorious, wonderful Fornales over there. Great to see you, brother. And I don't see any financial gifts here. I'll come back around for the tags, though, as we roll. And, okay, so on Entropy, we have the great Slots is here on as well. Big thank you, brother, on Entropy. Financially gifting 10 white well-being dollars. And he says, you cannot erase nature with nurture. Beautifully written. So true. You cannot. He's absolutely right. Erase nature with nurture. White boys know the anti-white reality. The anti-white women that say it's a jungle, but then tie white men's hands behind their backs as anti-white revenge. So true. Men without a destiny have nothing, no incentive to protect anything. All their efforts become an injury. Precisely. And that is absolutely beautifully, scintillatingly written. Very well written, Slots. It's so when that purpose for living is taken away, and it is taken away, a male's reason for living is the perpetuation of their people. When you take that away and you say, no, you can't engage in that, that it's immoral to engage in that the women and children of your people don't even want you to engage in that. They want you to sit down and shut up. Then all of that is lost. And there is nothing but white flighting from health, white flighting from one's life, the ultimate white flight, the suicide. Exactly. Very well written. All of that needs to be understood to understand our sickness, our white noir as a consequence of anti-whiteism. Let me turn back around over here and we'll see what other financial gifts we have. Let's see. We have an additional $5 from First Last. God bless you, brother, who said he is gifting those $5 for this past Wednesday. I appreciate it. God bless you. Thank you for that. We have $5 more from the great Yiz the Unifier. And she writes, as is customary, weekly folk tithe for white well-being. I thank you so much. And be sure to catch Yiz at 6. tomorrow over on her channel, and at 6 on Thursday on her channel. Wonderful shows, broadening the community and building out the elite cadre, which is what we are. God bless everybody. And anybody else over here that I missed? Let's see. I don't think. No, I think that's it. If I missed you, then tag me and I will come back. But that appears to be where we are. Let's get into, and I want to hear from you all. I want to take a look at your tags, but I want to start the conversation off about Einstellung effect. EINSTELLUNG. Let's get into it. What is it? Well, we've talked about it a lot. We just didn't have this name for it. I guess maybe thankfully, I didn't neoterize the name. And the reason why I say thankfully is because all these losers out there, they're like, I could meet the person who neoterized, well, then it's not legitimate. But if like some rapper that you don't know does it, then it's a perfectly legit concept that you can repeat. Einstellung, German, is the development of a mechanized state of mind, often called a problem-solving set. Einstellung refers to a person's predisposition to solve a given problem in a specific manner, even though better or more appropriate methods of solving the problem exist. And I would even, and I add to this in my interpretation of it in several ways. And not the least of which, and this is in keeping with one of the studies that was done to demonstrate this, that the former problem-solving operations or methods no longer work. And yet, because of the calcification of the mind and the inability for the midwittery, or let's just say like the subgenius, to have the flexibility to realize that something new is necessary, results in a reapplication, incessant until the end of time, of the old methods. Or, and this is where I also add some of my own interpretation, where you observe a strategy working for someone else, either in another time or presently. These people, and I submit that that's a consequence of mirror neurons. We see it being done by others. The brain understands it being done by others as ourselves doing it, and then we implement the same strategy. The Einstellung effect is the negative effect of previous experience when solving new problems, the negative effect. The Einstellung effect has been tested experimentally in many different contexts. Now, how does this relate to the street battles going on in the UK? Well, what are people doing? They see others, they see anti-whites get out in the streets and attack police officers and get the police officers to kneel for them and get what they want. But does that work for white people who want to end our victimization? White people who aren't anti-white enough? No. In fact, we've had people, if you've been around for any length of time, you've seen people show up in the threads and in the comments, and they'll say things like, well, they do it and they get what they want. Totally oblivious to the fact that it doesn't work for you. And that's a consequence of this sterility, this calcification of thought, this subgenius thinking. The example which led to the coining of the term is a water jar experiment in which subjects were asked to solve a series of water jar problems. After solving many problems which had the same solution, subjects applied the same solution to later problems, even though a simpler solution existed. Other experiments on the Einstellung effect can be found in, and then it gives some more reading material. Einstellung literally means setting or installation, as well as a person's attitude in German. Related to Einstellung is what is referred to as another German word meaning task. I don't know how to pronounce this, and I'm going to try, is a situation which could potentially invoke the Einstellung effect. It is a task which creates a tendency to exclude a previously applicable behavior. So they even trying to exclude a previous behavior. You can find this information that I'm sharing with you and more by typing that in the Einstellung effect once we're done here today. And you can see how applicable it is to everybody who thinks, and really where does the, for example, this multiracial Jew hating come from? It really comes from the narrative of World War II, the erroneous belief that the National Socialist German Workers' Party built the totality of the party, got the majority of their votes out of a hatred of Jewish people. And you know the rest of the story there. And that there is your method to make your country safe and whole and happy and etc., completely ignoring the utterly intractably different scenarios, the time, etc. And not only that, but actually referring to the occasions that European countries threw Jewish people out of the countries as successes when those were failures, because the Jewish people came right back in per their description of good and bad, good and evil, right and wrong, and what makes a country healthy or not. So even by their own description, those were failures. You have also, as I mentioned a moment ago, the example of people fighting in the streets, the anti-whites of various races getting out into the streets, police kneeling for them, the government's yielding to them and saying, well, we should be able to do that too. You see the exact same thing, not only with National Socialist German Workers' Party Germany and a political party rising to power, but political parties today, anti-white ones, who are able to go out, make arguments, rally supporters, get votes, take power, and implement their principles and force them upon the populations. People look at this, they think those are strategies, those are the methods to remedy this. And so I'm just, even though it's failure after failure after failure, even though you have to ignore reason and logic from people who are intellectually superior to you, they just keep applying the same failed strategy, the Einstellung effect. The Einstellung effect can be supported by theories of inductive reasoning. In a nutshell, it's the act of referring a rule based on a finite number of instances. Most experiments on human inductive reasoning involve showing subjects a card. Okay, on and on. Not terribly interesting there. Talks more about the test here. Let's see. They might have even tested IQ. I could tell you where that's going to go very easily, and how the lower the IQ, the more the subject was given to repeatedly applying the exact same strategies that fail. Talking about synaptic plasticity. So, what are your thoughts on the Einstellung effect? And how do we deal with, or do you have any ideas on how to deal with the effect occurs when a person is presented with a problem or situation that is similar to problems they have worked through in the past. If the problem or appropriate behavior to the problem situation has been the same in each past experience, the person will likely provide the same response without giving the problem thought, even though a more appropriate response might be available. The Einstellung effect is one of the human brain's ways of finding an appropriate solution behavior as efficiently as possible. And we've talked about that when discussing the lens of the Go Free stratagem, how it works and how it's superior. The brain is, and that's the subconscious mind is the one operating this. It's just what is the most efficient, easiest way, and it'll just keep going if you allow it. The detail is that though finding the solution is efficient, the solution itself is not or may not be. This is consistent with the famous remark of Blaise Pascal, quote, "I would have written a shorter letter, but I didn't have the time." Here they talk some about functional fixedness, impaired ability to discover a new use for an object, owing to the subject's previous use of the object in a functionally dissimilar context. It can also be deemed a cognitive bias that limits a person to using an object only in the way it is traditionally used. So think, for example, about the political party, and Donald Trump is running. How many times have you heard, how many times have you watched people show up here to like berate me and to chide me like they're just some kind of superior, and they come in, they're like, "How dare you? Don't you know Donald Trump's like Israel? Trump says likes Israel. You're going to get more Israels." They are failing to understand how politics can be used for our well-being. And even we explain it again and again and again, they just walk off in a huff. This is an IQ problem for so many people. The tool of politics can only be used one way in their head. The studies show this. This is what we're talking about right here. And so you get somebody elected to office, and then they carry out your will. You get what you want in society. They literally cannot process a more lithesome or adapted way to use of this tool for our well-being in a way that this context, the only way indeed that this context provides. Dunker also pointed out that the phenomenon occurs not only when with physical objects, but also with mental objects or concepts. And it's at the point of concepts which it lends itself nicely into the phenomenon, it says, of the Einstellung effect. There you have it. Ladies and gentlemen, now you know where so many of the midwits are coming from. I want to say hello to Daughter of Eve, who is over in the live chat on Twitter. Thank you for being there and saying hello. And we have Seamus is there as well. Good to see you over there, good sir. Hello to you. Hello, hello. And I will take a look around, and no request for the microphone just yet, but when we get one, we will pass it over. Let's see if there are any tags for me on Rumble. Yes, I see no. Let's see. Any tags for me on Rumble? We do have nationalist writes, "Go free dialectic is the most productive way to help against our anti-white victimizers." Beautifully written. Thank you for the testimonial. Let's see if there's anybody else over there that tagged yours truly. I don't see any tag. If you did, tag me again. And copy and paste. I do not see. JS over there says that YouTube sucks. So hanging out over there on Rumble. Well, good deal. Good to see you there. I will take a look under the thread as well. No tags over here on Odyssey, but hello to those who are there. Under the thread, There are no comments under the thread, so we'll swivel back around over here and see what we have. Oh, we have let's see, I read that wrong. So let me make a quick refresh and I will check out the YouTube live chat and we will see what you all are saying. Let's see here. Great to see everybody here. Cool Papa J Magic, a true hero. Janice is here. Private Life is here. Wonderful to see you all. Promethean Kitchen, do you think the riots in the UK will spark into a civil war? No, not even remotely possible. If they started using, if they all became hardcore practitioners of Go Free, then potentially in a handful of years, a gravitational center would begin to develop, and then it's hard to look beyond that. But best case scenario would be that there would be no need for a civil war because it would be like divine, omniscient divine entities that would know the outcome of a fight between the two. And so there wouldn't even need to be a fight. Spartans. I attended the Southport protest this week. All right. The day after. I was hoping for a peaceful protest to promulgate the lexicon, but it was already violent. I was mostly ducking flying rocks. Damn. You see how that's fantastic. Thank you for attempting to swash over there, but then having to big salutes to Spartan, then having to save your head from being broken open from flying rocks. That's the right thing to do, though. If, next opportunity, maybe you make flyers that people can shove down in their pockets, just like little leaflets, and make them look like what Franklin, where we show Franklin produces, and or some of the memes that we have, not a lot of writing, and empower the user with a couple concepts, and just pass those out like, and just say, shove it in your pocket, shove it in your pocket, shove it in your pocket, read it later, shove it in your pocket, and they'll check it out later rather than throwing it away. Thank you. Jen is here. Hello and welcome. Ivan, Mrs. Jesshorst is in the house. Great to see you all. Would you kind of Saxony? Hello, hello, and welcome. We have no mail in the mailbag today, so we won't be going to the mailbag. It's empty. Would you kind of Saxony? Laura is here. Hello, Laura, and welcome to you. Would you kind of Saxony says, your pronunciation of that word is great for a non-German speaker. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. The ST is a bit more like shh and hush. Yeah, I was trying. I was trying for that. I've got to get my tongue under control. As you all know, it was only released a couple years ago now. First Last pointing out ossification of the brain. Yes, indeed. Let's see. Who else do we have here? Sloth says, get those glasses on. You'll frighten the Whitnegs, the white negatives. There we go. How do you like that? Now we'll talk about the Einstellung effect. You're suffering from the Einstellung effect. Who else do we have here today? Tag me as No White Guilt. Tag me as No White Guilt. Spud Ruckus is in the house. Great to see you. Hello, hello. Who else is here? Jay Bishop is in the house. Hello, hello. Private Life. Sharing the flag, the swashbuckling flag. Azimuth Clark. Hello, hello to you. I have a question from a European friend. Is the fact that Biden resigning going to hurt Trump? because he focused his entire campaign on him and has no arguments against Kamala. Heard it, I guess maybe a better way. You're going in the right direction. It presents new and different challenges. One challenge, and you're seeing how it is negative or unfavorable for Trump, is that Trump agreed to do a debate with Biden on ABC. And he and his team were thinking about Biden's clarity of thought and etc. And that even though he would be going into the lion's den of ABC, anti-whiteism, that he's up against brain dead. Now, that candidate is no longer participating. And so technically, that deal is off. It doesn't exist anymore, right? Because he made a deal to debate Biden, ABC, on a specific date, specific time. Candidate's not there anymore. The Kamala campaign is now saying, oh, you got to show up there. Now, she's going to want to bring him into the lion's den of anti-whiteism and play the injured female whenever he's critical, and use snarky little hollow and empty, I was going to say witticisms, they're not. It's like the inverse. But little slurs like weird, he's weird, and make a face, and then it'll be uproarious. And so, yes, you can see there, Donald Trump has to say, no, I made a deal with this candidate. And technically, he's also got a lawsuit against ABC, which I guess he was willing to overlook before when it was going to be Biden. So technically, no, there's a conflict of interest. ABC and I are at odds, and let's do it instead, he's saying, on Fox at an earlier date. And Kamala, of course, is able to call him a coward. So yes, in various ways, it makes it harder for Trump. And because the challenges are new, not because she's necessarily a better candidate, if that makes sense. Thanks for the question. Let's see. Who else is in the House of Champions, the elite cadre? The House of the Champions. For White Wellbeing is among us. Great to see you, hero. Hyperborean Dream is here as well. The champions are in the house. What's that? Is that Pick 180? Hello to you and welcome. Biospirit of the West himself. We must have drawn some sort of magical symbolism because the gods are descending. Who else do we have here? Ask your questions. Tag me as No White Guilt, please. Olav is here. Hello, Olav, and welcome. Great to see you. Nameless one. I think I saw you earlier. Yes. Thank you all for celebrating, as we have had victories worth celebrating. You can ask, if you had any questions, maybe over the course of earlier in the gathering about any of the subject matter that we were covering, the stories, you can ask it now, and we can talk about it. And we can talk about these street battles and where you think it's going to go. What do you think is going to happen next? Mass arrest in the UK? Do you think it's going to be mass arrest for the slander and so ridiculous? It's so all tiresome because they're going to be slandered as radical right-wingers, which, by the way, Trump now says regularly, thanks to Chris Lasavita and Susie Wiles. Now Trump is saying there's a radical left and there's a radical right. He gets called weird, and then he says something like, we're not weird. We're down the center. Really? Wow. Thanks, Susie and Chris. Absolutely not what Trump would. You need to cut Trump loose, and then you manage everything around. That's my opinion. You say, go with your gut. Go with your gut, and we'll manage everything around you. We'll make it work around you. Like if he's a bull in a china shop, then I would have a team of people with brooms and new furniture and new china, and whatever he wrecked, it would be fixed right behind him. Charlie is here. Hello and welcome, Charlie. Raymond Foster, we played one of your songs earlier. I hope you caught that. Good to see you. All right. What a blessing. What a blessing to have these Sunday gatherings, the elite cadre, the advanced placement, to get together to be able to talk about these things intelligently and be talking about subject matter in a way that facilitates the end of our victimization. We don't have to be, and I'm tired of hearing these people who are sententious. You know, they feign lecturing me or you about doing things these old ways. I mean, can you imagine? It's like watching this total, like, I don't know, imagine just like a really midwit child, and he's trying to get the square peg into the round hole, and he's like banging it over and over. And then you're like, no, that doesn't work. And then the child sententiously lectures you. This is how it's always worked. How dare you interfere with the solution? You're like, what? Like, you have bugs in your hair. Just stop talking. You're gross. Just stop talking. The same thing over and over. And now, you know, they talk about the like sign of madness. Well, it's really the sign of the Einstellung effect. That's what it is. It's a legitimate thing. It's been tested. And like I said, the only way that I would amend this, and I feel like it's a superior amendment to it, is to say that as a consequence of mirror neurons, that even fiction, as well, what is literally fiction, as well as reality, is perceived, if it's perceived as a solution to a given spectra of problems, is implemented by the subgenius until he or she is no longer able to implement those methods, be it death, imprisonment, whatever it is. So the real issue is getting these vegetable party to stop concluding that they know the answer and to go with what is demonstrably, empirically working, that we celebrate every week. Jody is here. Sloth says, putting on those, oh, we got that. Oh no, it's something else. Putting on those glasses, you look like the smart people in the movies. Oh, that's true. Maybe I need to do that. You know what? That they fall for that. That's where they live in the fiction. So maybe I need to stop being a fabulous, heroic, alpha man of the West. Maybe I need to put on the glasses and get into a wheelchair, throw a blanket over my, throw a shawl around or something like this, and a blanket over my lap. Then they would all start. Oh my God. You can almost see that working, can't you? You can almost see that working. For real. Well said, my friend. Well said. Kirkland is here. Will you ever have a guest on your show? What do you think of Gavin McInnes? Well, he's pretty like nasty person, and not as in like rude, although he might be rude. I haven't watched much of him, but like I did come across a lot of like really sleazy, disgusting jokes and sleazy, disgusting things with sex toys, and so those things are. But I don't know a whole lot about him. I'll just say that. And I've had lots and lots and lots of guests on this particular show, or what we call a gathering, Go Free Gathering, but many guests on the Wednesday get-togethers, the roll-ins, and then I had years and years of guests with Jared George on the after party. Gavin, my audience is not big enough for Gavin to be. It doesn't. Don't I know you might say, but look at all the successes. It doesn't matter to these people. All that matters is the audience size, and so he would not either come on as a guest or have me on his show. Would you kind of Saxony? You almost got it perfect, brother. I believe it's actually pronounced like you do in Switzerland. Ooh, I'm going to have to practice it more. The real question is, do you think there will be any change in the immigration policy of the United Kingdom? Will there be change? There absolutely can be change. You're going to have to get out of the problem-solving method of finding a politician that will change it, because that's not going to do it. Everything in the UK, just like every other Western country, is undergirded and derives from the social morality, which is the anti-white, immoral, moral imperative. The Go Free stratagem addresses and defeats their moral imperative, and we demonstrate it in heaps. It's replicable and scalable, those victories. When you address anything short of the actual fabric of society, is always doomed to fail. Politics, culture, education, philosophy, everything grows out of that social morality. You have to address that. When you address that, everything becomes possible. So, yes, we can absolutely shut down immigration into the UK. We could have a future where white people are issued a passport for all Western countries, because we all create the West. It's all, the entirety of the West is in all of us. We should be able to travel freely among all of our countries. All of that's possible. And it's not like distantly possible. When you say to yourself, oh, we have to communicate ideas about that address a social morality, and you conclude that that is some colossal time frame, that's a consequence of not understanding how rapidly such a thing can flip, and how we've demonstrated that such a thing can flip, how easily it is to communicate, because it is what we refer to as a curative contagion. Understanding our race, regrettably, as selfish individualists, see the concepts and they want to adopt them to use them selfishly in their own lives. But as a consequence of the use, placing themselves in a new story outside the anti-white narrative, a story of our making, in which we find individual well-being by way of our people's well-being. That is all to say that this is a very complicated but scientifically proven, functioning like a drag car going down the quarter mile here in the States, working beautifully. So we need to implement the strategy. And the more widely we implement the strategy, the more widely we communicate the concepts and the arguments, the dialectics, the more rapidly those things are taken up into the body of our people. And now, mind you, we're talking here tonight about the resistance that we experience. So there's resistance there that's undermining it to a degree, its rapid spread. But we've demonstrated we can make it all the way up to Donald Trump himself, all the way up to Donald Trump Jr., all the way up to Mark Dice and many other big content creators like this. So it works. And if you want the immigration, especially non-white and therefore different spiritual immigration to the UK, then we need to defeat the social morality of our victimizers, not their candidate, not their political party, not their latest rock tune or movie or whatever it is. We need to defeat their social moral imperative. Until then, all of this is a waste of lives and time and money and effort. That was a pretty thorough answer. Thank you for asking the question. Tumbleweed is among us. Hello, Tumbleweed. How do we talk with Tumbleweed? We can kick you in the saloon doors and we walk you into Tumbleweed. Give me a shot. Go up to the bartender. Give me a shot. Whiskey. Who else do we have here? Hello and welcome to all. I will take a check for Henry is with us. Great to see you. Roscoe Rise is in the house. Max and Rob are both here. Good to see you. No audience is big enough to get a creator to go free. We have seen big creators acknowledge your method and smaller not. It is a question of motivation. Yes, I agree. Well said. Well put. Max and Rob says that he thinks Gavin is self-serving. Well, yeah, I think so. With you kind of Saxony. Thanks for answering my question. My reply to my friend was that he could completely destroy her by focusing on our victimization. Does this still apply after the attack on him? Yeah. Oh, yeah. If he were to start talking about anti-whiteism, it would. Could you imagine Kamala trying to address anti-whiteism, defending anti-whiteism? I mean, that would be, she would destroy herself. Saying anti-whiteism is good. And this is why we have to have anti-white. Well, whatever you want to call it, she would stridulate. Whatever you want to call it, ha ha. We have to get to equity. Okay, well, we call it anti-white. Well, whatever you want to call it. Good. Yeah, I would love to see that. Cindy Boone is in the house. Hello. Henry asks a great question. How did you learn about how language works to the point where you realize how this would work so well? Let me refresh here, get a drink as we approach the end of our gathering. The mouth is on, or the vocal cords and throat is on fire, especially when I start getting really angry about little white girls being stabbed. And I was starting to yell a little bit there. Essentially, as I am looking around, making sure I didn't miss any financial gifts, Henry, what happened was when I was in junior high school, so 11 to 13 years of age, I could see the anti-whiteism everywhere. And I began asking about it innocently, wondering, hey, what in the hell is going on? Why is, like, for example, why are all of my non-white friends told to be proud of their race and people and they're celebrated for it? And I'm condemned as evil if I'm proud about my people. And discovered to my horror that it wasn't, as I was kind of speculating, kind of an accident, that the adults were trying to do good by non-white people and were just accidentally harming us. And they just really needed to have it pointed out to them. I discovered that it was not an accident, that they were just anti-white, and that it really wasn't about benefiting non-white people per se. The primary objective was to harm white people. And when I realized that my younger siblings were going to come up through the same anti-white garbage. And I think that gave me, looking at my peers, we were children, seeing the younger generations coming up, knowing that they were going to go through it, being able to visualize the generations before of white kids that had gone through it, gave me a particular connection, I think, to the suffering of our children, the suffering of white kids, and wanting to put an end to it. So there at 12 years of age, dedicating my life to helping to end anti-whiteism so that the spirit of the West could be released from this injury in all of us. And then it would be very easy for us to recapture our destiny. So that put me on a trajectory of a specific, how can I put it? A specific application of what I seemed to already to be kind of innately doing. And that was observing human behavior and tracking anomalies in the environment. So being able to see what was congruent and what was incongruent were things that kind of just snapped into my head. And in fact, that's where I started to see problems with the anti-whiteism in the world, but without knowing that there was an anti-whiteism. So I watched and studied over the years human behavior, how my peers, as I was growing, how it landed on us, how the adults were behaving, how it landed the anti-whiteism, the psychological warfare, how it manipulated them. I remember, I don't know if I shared the story in any of my books, but going to see my first movie as a child, sitting near the front row, or maybe the front row. When the movie started, I noticed that the entire movie theater got silent. And that caused me to turn around in my chair and look out. And I remember this stunned feeling I had from the totality of this audience had stopped what appeared to me almost being like sentient. They stopped thinking. They became just like an observers of this other thing that was happening. And all of their faces were lit up with the light bouncing back from the screen. And so then when I got older, I took some classes in psychology over the years, but mostly I was autodidactic. And where I was curious about, and were there studies, were there about this or that function, I would pursue and study, and sometimes agree, sometimes disagree, but always submitting my logic and my reason to the scientific method. Does it work out in the field? Does it make sense? And then if so, does it work in the field? And where it worked in the field, it gave me a better understanding of how these things work on the human mind as apart from brain. And so there are different forms of control, and there's a lot written, just reams and reams of stuff written on controlling the mind. And there are conspiracy theorists long before there was the internet robust enough to carry this in the newspapers, and they had all kinds of crazy ideas about controlling. And the reason why is because each content creator, author, what have you, wanted to get you as their audience. So they would say things even more outrageous than the previous one, or in some way would try to delineate themselves from the work of others. And so I was able to identify that where that was going on as well. And when it came right down to it, I realized, I think, depending upon the view, that the control of the human animal is just painfully direct. It is as simple really, I guess maybe not for everybody, but simple really to sort of juggle, as understanding that a cattle prod will move a cow. Cows will stay away from electric fences. Elephant will not pull on the rope tied to the peg in the ground. It's kind of that simple. But the simplicity doesn't make it easier to understand because of the bias and the chauvinism of the conscious mind. And that's where the real power of psychological warfare rests, is in the individuals who are controlled belief that they can't be controlled and that the words that they use don't matter because they can apply any meaning they want on any given moment. And they couldn't be more wrong. And so understanding this evolved into creating counter mechanisms in the brain and experimenting and coming to a deep understanding of the control, how to turn back anti-whiteism. But we've been dealing with, as we are now at the end of this glorious gathering, dealing with the people who are suffering from the Einstellung effect. The Einstellung effect. Because they see these tools, either in fiction or reality, they see them work for others, they believe they may have worked in the past, and so they don't have the flexibility of mind, of IQ, to say, no, this either just looking, not even having to apply the tool, just looking at the problem and saying, this clearly doesn't work anymore, or this is inapplicable. They can't say it. And so when somebody comes along and says, no, this is, and now mind you, and we got to get out of here, but mind you, I was aware that making an argument that others would not have the IQ to be able to understand would be unpersuasive. They wouldn't be able to be moved by something that they couldn't put all the dots together in their heads. So, and I saw that firsthand, where I would have to describe slices to them, and they could get a slice, and then I would say, okay, and here's the whole piece, and then they would be lost, even though they could get each slice. It was just like the moment you put the pieces together, it was just like, what? But I figured, apparently incorrectly, that success, that they could see success, they could see it working, and that would be persuasive. Like you see somebody losing, if you show up and I'm like, look, you step in front of this blue light that gyrates in front of you, and it's got this really complex way that it works, but you can't understand that. You can understand that you're standing on a scale and the weight number ticks down, and you see it happening to people, that people would get on, but not in this case. There is too much, what's the word, like provinciality. There's just too much narrow thinking and willful ignorance, like bullheadedness, to stay true to a tool that they have seen work or they believe has worked. The Einstellung effect. And that's where we are today. What a glorious gathering it was. Sam Uski says, I always called being autodidactic as self-taught. Are they the same thing? Yes. When you strip a people of their natural community, their nature, then superstitions become more reasonable to the subconscious mind than what is heretical. Very well written, Slots. Yes. Yes. It is disgusting and sad when these people can't even talk about our people when they're losing everything and still try to argue within their story and make amends. Yeah, precisely. With you kind of Saxony. My dad has severe TDS, although he has been waking up to anti-whiteism thanks to me, writes Reynold White Wolf. Thank you. That's awesome. But he finally said that he will not vote for Biden this time around and may vote Trump reluctantly this time around and may vote for Trump. Well, that's awesome, man. Well done. Very well done. Big salutes there. Big salutes. Promethean Kitchen asking if I ever got a master's in psychology. I have the equivalent in self-study. And clearly, if any university were watching what I've done here and they were fair, they would be like, title, giving them, because come on, their kids don't know this. They go through the study, they go through their classes. We've done it in the field, folks. We understand it, we make it work. It has been a glorious Going Free gathering. You know what your task is. We shared over the course of the gathering victories all the way around planet Earth. And we will continue having those victories. And I want you to be among the champions who are named in those victories, in the story of our making that our descendants will read, and we, the people, they laud. It is very straightforward. It is all doable. It is all moral. And none of it, even in the most anti-white environments, can get you arrested. We've even found a judge adjudicating it safe for children in Canada. You know all that you need to know here. If you're new, ask those who are here. You need to go free. You need the Go Free stratagem. It's our only way. Without that, it's more butchered white children and a sanguinary future for all of us. You and I stand in the way, and that's all. I love you all. Let's go free.